Where? You want to? You want to stay? To extend? Aha. Her birthday. Let's try July. No, no. No. No anniversary. Okay. So does someone want to tell us how the experience has been through the 2 weeks? Treasurer? He has the money. You know the next session is talking about climate finance. So he has the money. Kenneth, what do you want to say? We're beginning in the next 2 minutes. Please tell your friends to come. We're just waiting. David, please help me to check if our speaker online is okay.
Hello everyone. Assalamu alaikum. God is good at all the time. Thank you very much. My name is Kenneth Jage from Chuka University. I'm a finalist. I'm waiting to graduate. I was pursuing a degree in community development. Yes, I was pursuing. I'm no longer a student, and a graduate student, that is. All right. It's okay.
Kenneth, I think they want you to go back.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to extend my gratitude to PACJA for featuring me in this awesome program, and having a 2-week engagement, with persons from different parts of the world. It has been a tremendous, adventurous event to interact with different people. Actually, it was my very, very first interaction and discussion to do the climate justice. However, I've been in the same field I've been educating the youths about environmental conservation, the effect of climate change at the rural area, because I come from Chuka, and so I've been teaching the members of the community about environmental conservation and effects of climate change. So this was an extension of my knowledge and skills I have in the field of climate change. And I feel now, as we finish this program today, I have a great experience to go back to the community and nurture some few youths who can confront the issues of climate justice, climate change, and be able to walk this journey together. So, studying here today, I'm a literally changed person, because my knowledge and skills in the field of climate justice, climate change, climate just transition, climate financing, adaptation financing, mitigation financing, effects of climate change in a human being to animals.
Wrap it up, Kenneth.
And in how it relates in matters health. So I feel that the skills and the wisdom I've been able to gather from this 2 weeks discussion will be of great impact to myself and to the whole community where I live. So great honor and gratitude to PACJA, to Summer School, to Dr. Midhika Mwenda, to Chuka University as well for allowing us to be in this platform, and to everyone, to every financier, to every partner who made this event success. Thank you very much. May God bless you all.
We said if you're clapping, we are clapping. Are you appreciating him? Okay. Right. So you'll allow me to just quickly move to the official program because we're not doing too well on time. Thank you for telling your friends to come join. Our VIPs were just joining us. Thank you. We were waiting for you. We couldn't start without you. So welcome everybody to this official launch of the ACCER Awards. For those who might not be familiar, the ACCER Awards simply look to award outstanding journalists across Africa who are doing amazing work sharing the stories and the amazing things that you do with your communities. Those innovative solutions, those capacity building sessions that you do in your societies, the awareness things that you do, the innovations at ground level, how you connect. So it's actually sharing what you've done for the last 2 weeks here. So as we look to launch this, there has to be a theme to every official launch. And what is the main theme for this year? Who knows? What's the biggest discussion around climate this year? You can say it louder. Say it again. So what do we want? What do we want? I see you've been very good students for the last couple of days. So that's the theme for this year. And we're looking to empower you to also share this. As this being the official launch, we also want you to take these stories to your communities. We want you to connect with the journalists that you share these stories with. We want you to share your own stories because we're all journalists in our own way, right? We've been sharing and we'll share a lot today, right? Right, so it gives me great pleasure to officially begin this by inviting the Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Dr. Mithika Mwenda. So kindly, let's give him a round of applause as he comes on stage to welcome us. Welcome, Dr.
Thank you, Philip. What do you want? No, there are those guys still who are up there. Today we don't have that corner. When I left, is it a week ago or 2 weeks ago? I went to the diaspora. So the corner is still there. I can only choose 2 people. So good morning. Good morning, those at the back. Yes. What do you want? No, we said that is now after spending 2, you must be very fired up. So we said, we don't say climate justice, we say climate justice. So what do you want? Climate justice. When do you want it? Now. I believe that now you are graduates, now you are no longer freshmen and women. We are now moving now to the next level of influencing to our communities. But for this purpose, it's going to be a very brief exercise to roll out the 8th edition of the Africa Climate Change and Environmental Reporting Awards, an award scheme which we have designed to ensure that we promote African narratives on climate justice. And so it is a great pleasure to launch this initiative here. It is going to be to run up to September, maybe end of August, going to September, and we are going to have winners of this who will continue. Our advocacy comes into many ways. And as we just think about it, we believe that you, sitting here from various countries, you'll go and tell your journalist. And I'm very delighted that the last cohort have some of them and journalists, some of them were linked with the journalist. I was impressed yesterday to see someone from Eswatini, the kingdom of Eswatini, and written as a very good story in the national newspaper. Where is someone from Eswatini here? Ah, good. Let us appreciate her. In fact, the way they came, I saw an article that even them binding farewell in a newspaper. that it was reported in the whole country that they are joining the summer school. They were off. That was the title. That was very interesting. So I believe when you go back, you need to tell your country how you have seen, because while sitting here, you are the world. You are Africa. You are interacting with Africa. Go, and you don't need to be that journalist, conventional journalist. Journalism here even goes beyond that training. The gentleman who was standing here can be a journalist. Go and tell the stories. That communication is very important, because unless we communicate what we are saying, we are doing, then we are doing it to ourselves. I believe you, as our agents of change, need to tell our African narrative on what you think is climate justice, of what the challenges the communities go through to overcome, to challenge the conventional wisdom, to challenge the conventional ways of doing things. That is the change makers which we want, and that should be accompanied by storytelling, by that journalism. And we believe that not only will journalists be part of this, but we have also unconventional journalists, digital communicators who can benefit from this, and you can be part of that. So I think here is another opportunity for you. Even if it is not you, ensure, and we want you to promise us that in every country you are, when you arrive, you are going to propagate this Awandi scheme. Tell your journalist that there is another opportunity. I am from Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, but the picture is not driven by only one initiative. Ours is initiative after initiative. So today is another one. So the launch of this edition then marks the start of intensive phase of action as journalists dust their articles and register their applications to be considered among equals for eventual winners of the ACCER Awards. The final awarding under this edition will take place in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, on the sidelines of the Conference on Climate Change and Development in Africa, which will take place there alongside Africa Ministerial Conference on the Environment. I believe those who are from Ivory Coast and West Africa will be there. But you also have an opportunity also to join us there. We'll be monitoring your work. So if we believe that you have taken now translating what we are doing into that, into the work, into that change we want, you can be a delegate to Abidjan during this CCNDA 12 and the Africa Ministerial Conference on the Environment. Since its inception in 2013, this remarkable ACCER Awards, which actually we started, is one of our initiatives, has grown into a cornerstone of motivating, sustaining, and rewarding excellence in environmental and climate journalism, not only in Africa, but globally. Let me assure you that each iteration of the awards has built upon the last, pushing the boundaries of what it means to excel in reporting on climate change and strategically positioning African media to advance African narratives on climate change. This year's theme, Advancing Accountability for Adaptation Finance for Enhanced Resilience, Climate Justice and Equity, is not a theme. This mandates action. And action, we believe, is when it is reported. If you undertake an action and then keep it under your wraps, then that is not an action. It is a call for journalists to raise, to connect with global discourse in climate finance and advance an awakening in Africa that compels African leaders to act in unison in demanding accountability for climate financing from the global north in line with the Paris Agreement and also the Climate Change Convention. This theme challenges members of the fourth estate, that is journalists, and media houses to escalate their efforts in exposing gaps in accountability and transparency in the spirit of pushing parties to climate action to ensure that every dollar allocated for climate adaptation reaches those who need it most. And I'm sure in the process of this cohort 4, we have the financing locally led climate action. And in Kenya, we have that FLOCA, and you saw FLOCA coordinator here. And that's the spirit. We want to promote bottom up. We want to anchor this at the local level. We want the local journalists. In the very near future, we are going to ensure that we bring also, apart from now this, the international language, English and French, which is the two languages we deliver these ones, we'll explore to see how you here are going to drive these ones in the local language, because majority of the people are speaking at your local. If you want to impact the local, we need really to identify with communities. So most communities, they speak local languages. So we want to see how we can promote local indigenous language, the media, community media, but that is going to come at that local level, and we are just exploring how we are going to do that. The power of journalists lies in its ability to shape narratives and transform society. Through ACCER, we celebrate journalists who dare to ask hard questions and seek out hidden answers. This year, we delve into the theme of climate finance, challenging to journalists to probe even deeper into the intricacies of climate finance flow, and if at all the funding is reaching the front line. Whom benefits, for instance, from these funds remains the most central question, and so are innovative ways and initiatives for reaching the communities most vulnerable to climate change. We seek to expose the hypocrisy of the developed countries in meeting their commitments, areas where Africa is shortchanged in access to climate finance, and bureaucratic red tape and inefficiencies that constrain access. The inquiry cannot stop at tracking the flow. The media has a role to highlight successes in the spirit of promoting best practices, and so are issues of inequity and disparities in and across countries, more so that deserve that money. By challenging journalists to explore these narratives, we aim to illuminate the realities that define how an effective financing mechanism for adaptation should look like. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, journalism transcends its role as a mere conveyor of information, and it becomes a pivotal force in shaping policy and directing public attention to where it is most needed. It compels policymakers, stakeholders, and the global community to reevaluate their strategies and commitments towards a more equitable distribution of resources. My happiness and gratitude as we launch this call in the contribution of the fourth cohort of the Nairobi Summer School to this course. In this cohort these journalists, young journalists, were trained adding impetus to climate justice reporting across Africa. You are the next generation of change agents who will carry forward the torch of accountability and equity in climate adaptation efforts. And when I was going, we were talking about the Generation Z. Are you still there, Gen Zs? Yes. Are you there? Yes. You see how powerful you are. You can even compel anyone to salute you and say, yes, because we are you don't mince words. You know, our generation was just saying, you know, cutting corners. You say you are straight. You are the president and you have to do this. To our dedicated partners, your steadfast dedication and engagement have been a cornerstone of the ACCER success of the years. And for this, I will not be tired to acknowledge the support you have received from the Swedish International Development Agency of the government of Sweden and the Dutch government, who have really supported this initiative for a long time. There are also other partners, and we are getting more, and we welcome others to be part of this as we close to a decade of good work and promoting that, cloud. We have generated, an alumni of journalists who have really changed and transformed the way things are, the way things should be in this continent. We sincerely thank you for your past support and eagerly invite you to join us again in this impactful journey. Let's continue to champion the stories that need to be told and support the journalists who tell them, fostering a world where equity and justice in climate action are not just ideals, but realities. And you have seen that reality. It is in you. You live that life, and you continue living that life. To our African journalists, thank you for your relentless pursuit of these stories and what matters for us in Africa. As we embark on this 8th edition of this awareness scheme, I warmly invite you to continue this journey with us. Your work does more than inform. It sparks change and gives voice to those often left unheard. Let's deepen our impact, turning our focus towards narratives that not only report but also reshape our world into one that's more just and resilient. Now, let us all wield the power of the pen to illuminate truths and forge pathways towards a more equitable future, because when we speak truth to power, change is not just possible, but it becomes inevitable. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. And I believe that when history is written, the history of these awards will gain one paragraph or one chapter in that history. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Philip.
Thank you, Dr. Mithika, for those wonderful opening remarks. I think the message is clear. Tell a friend to tell a friend to. Tell a friend to tell a friend to. Because I think you rightfully put it, we need to connect to our grassroots, because those stories are the ones you want to tell. So as you go back home, I hope you take that challenge on to share this message in those platforms that you engage in. All right? So our friends who just joined us, welcome. We're glad to have you on board. Bonjour. Bom dia. Watu wangu wa nguvu ni aje? You're still awake, I can see. All right. So we have another guest speaker online. David, just check for me if he's okay. We'll want to welcome Mr. Isaiah Esipisu to give us his opening remarks. Mr. Esipisu, if you can hear me, please go ahead and address the audience.
Okay, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'll take just about 2 minutes to talk about the Pan-African Media Alliance for Climate Change. I hope the slide is up. Hello?
Okay, they're just coming up. David, if you can support me with that.
Okay, once it's up, please let me know.
Okay, no problem. You'll be able to see it on your screen as well.
Okay.
Okay. As that's coming up, we want to welcome our guests who are just arriving. Please settle in. Okay. We are good to go, Mr. Esipisu.
Thank you very much. So, Pan-African Media Alliance for Climate Change, also known as PAMAC, is a product of the ACCER Awards. So let me take a few moments to talk about it. So who is this PAMAC? PAMAC is a network of journalists who are interested in reporting on matters to do with climate change. And this includes practicing journalists in the continent, freelance reporters, communication officers, as well as content creators. Next slide, please. Thank you. So let me talk about our journey. PAMAC was founded on the eve of World Environment Day in 2013 by those who participated in the inaugural ACCER Awards, which was held here in Nairobi, and it was hosted by PACJA. So the leadership then decided to put up an online platform, which was a simple blog, so that we can publish those articles that did not find space in the mainstream media. But in 2015, PACJA found it fit to help us put up a website, and we came up with a news website called pamac.org. You can see it on the screen, and please feel free to visit that website. In 2017, the network was officially registered as a media trust under the laws of Kenya, and we have trustees drawn from East African region, Central, South, and also West African region. Next slide, please. Next slide, thank you. So what is our role? Our role is very simple: to inform the public about scientific findings and policies related to climate change, to hold governments and corporations accountable, to raise awareness about local and global climate issues. Next, please. Okay, how do we approach this? As I said, PAMAC members, all PAMAC members are practicing journalists in different African countries, where their primary role is to report on climate change. So for those stories that don't find space in their media houses, then we publish them on our PAMAC website to ensure that no story is left behind, because we believe all stories are important, but editors sometimes do not take everything. So we also use our social media handles on X, the former Twitter, and Facebook to propel some of the key messages. We also have WhatsApp groups, one for English-speaking journalists and another one for French-speaking journalists, where we discuss key issues apart from sharing current affairs, new studies and researches, and emerging opportunities across the continent. We also use art. We are collaborating with an organization called RESCOP to help schools use poetry, choral verses, music to propel key climate change messages. And we have also composed some songs. You can find them on the website. I may share that later. Next slide, please. So let me talk about our achievements. Our website has been recognized by different organizations, and I've seen so many journalists who have won some fellowships, having our website as the key recipient or the official website to publish those stories that are emanating from those fellowships. So based on our work, our Central Africa Regional Coordinator, Mr. Elias Ngalame, has been appointed to serve on the board of the Africa Forest Forum. And also UNFCCC has recognized PAMAC as an important media outlet. We get accreditation straight as PAMAC delegation, and whenever we have a serious conference like COPs, UNFCCC always gives us a cubicle complete with the screens and spaces to work, where our journalists always sit and do their work. There are many others, so I will not go into much because in the interest of time. So I will stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sipisu, for those remarks. Now that we know about PAMAC, let me have another quick check. What does ACCER stand for? A stands for? Because we're just about to do something very important. We're not going to launch something you don't know about. A stands for? C? The other C? The E? Okay, Dr. I think you said something here. You must have been a very good expert in noticing backbenchers. They're doing what you said. What is climate? What do we want? A stands for? C stands for? C stands for? E? R. Okay, so we just want to launch officially. So I'll ask you to help us do it in a very unique way today because we want to capture a moment, all right? We want to capture this moment because we want to go back to our communities, connect with the grassroots. So I'll request you, David, just indicate to me if the video is ready. Yes? So we do this. I'll ask us to stand, take out your phone, put it on selfie mode. You can do a video or you can do a photo, whatever it is that you want. And we do the countdown together. But because we're going to the grassroots, you'll do the countdown in your local language. All right? We'll do the countdown in your local language. Okay. Here we go. So we're going to do it differently. Okay? Are you on selfie mode? If someone next to you is not on their phone, tell them, wake up. Wake up. Okay, so do this. Because we want to keep souvenirs, your phone, give it to your neighbor. Give it to your neighbor. Give it to your neighbor. We're keeping a souvenir. They took that photo of you. It's not your selfie. You can choose. If you want a video, how do you want to capture the moment? Photo, we're capturing this moment, so you choose. Because all of us have the same, it's one picture of the entire room. So if you're ready, you let me know. David, are we good with the launch video? We are good, okay. Remember, we are counting down in your local language. We are counting down in your local language. So watch the screens, prepare. Okay, can we start? In your local language, let's go in 1, 2, 3. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
In Africa's heart, a call resounds.
Hey! What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Viva, comrades, viva! Viva Africa, viva! Viva, comrades, viva! Thank you very much.
In Africa's heart, a call resounds. A cry for justice where hope abounds.
You can take your seat.
Welcome to the 8th African Climate Change and Environmental Awards, where the ACCER Awards spark change. This year, we delve into adaptation finance, seeking to understand where the funds go and who benefits. Journalists uncover the truth with courage, shedding light on finance and justice, championing African narrative. Where does the money go? Who benefits? Or is it caught in bureaucratic red tape and inefficiencies? The ACCER Awards proudly declare, together, in justice's name, we rise.
Thank you, everybody, for capturing the moment. So we rely on you to share this across all platforms. Okay. How are you feeling? Are you feeling powered up?
I think so each of us, let's send it to our see how many we will send to our platform.
Okay, Dr. is saying we send it to our platforms.
The one which we are sharing information. Let's see how many are 50, and then we can send it to our media, our handles.
All right. But I have some breaking news. Due to popular demand, I'm told we need to repeat this exercise. All in favor say aye. Aye. All not in favor say nay. Oh. The eyes have it, right? Okay, so shall we do it again? Shall we do it again? With more power and pomp? With some swag? So that our grandmothers and our grandfathers can hear us from their villages, no? Okay. So, on your feet again, let's do it again. Don't miss the moment. Don't miss the moment. Okay. Yes, no. No, now stay with your phone. You can put all the filters, all the things that you really like, all right? Take a video, take a selfie, whatever it is. So, but this time round, please, as we're counting down, remember we're taking all these messages to our grassroots, to our villages, all right? I didn't hear your countdown. Okay. 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 Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay. I'm being told by our digital guru, remember her, Jennifer. She says, clean your camera, please. We want good photos. Ukae vizuri. We want you to look good. Clean the lens of your camera nicely. All right? Okay. Okay. So I'm going to give the countdown in 3, 2, 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay! What do we want? When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. Viva, comrades, viva! Viva Africa, viva! Viva summer school, viva! Yay! Awesome, awesome, awesome.
In Africa's heart, a call resounds.
We are repeating everything.
A cry for justice where hope abounds.
As you settle down to share, please.
Welcome to the 8th African Climate Change and Environmental Awards,
Share the video on your platforms. Share, like, comment.
where the ACCER Awards spark change. This year, we delve into adaptation finance, seeking to understand where the funds go and who benefits.
Share everywhere.
Journalists uncover the truth with courage, shedding light on finance and justice, championing African narrative. Where does the money go? Who benefits? Or is it caught in bureaucratic red tape and inefficiencies? The ACCER Awards proudly declare, together, in justice's name, we rise.
A big hand to all of us once more for... Thank you, colleagues. So we'll move on quickly to the next part of the program. Allow me to call my friend and my brother Julius Karanja to come on stage to share with us your comments for the day. Welcome, Julius. Let's give him an applause as he comes on stage.
Good morning, everybody. Are you not energized? Yeah. Amazing. Thank you. All protocol observed. PACJA leadership, thank you for the opportunity to give some few remarks on climate finance. Dr. Mifika, we appreciate you. We appreciate you, Charles, and all the PACJA staff team. Why don't we give them a clap, a round of applause, please, for the amazing work that they continually do for the continent. Friends, it's a climate finance year. It's 2024, climate finance year. That's what the world is looking at. Why is it important? Because without money, you can't implement climate action. So there's no climate action without money. There's no climate action without finance. And so the first message of this session is that the stories our journalists will be putting out there must demonstrate the extent of the climate change needs that we have in this continent. Do you agree with me? We have immense climate change needs in this continent, but also in the developing world. And so we want to see stories that show the world just how much money we need to address climate change injustices in the parts of our countries that we live in our communities, in our regions, in the developing world, because we are saying climate finance is a prerequisite for climate action. And so let me give you some figures so that we just put this into perspective. For developing countries, the global south, to implement their nationally determined contributions, they need between $5.8 to $5.9 trillion until 2030. All right? If you put adaptation into perspective, we would need, from the UNEP GAP report, about $217 billion to 379 or 389, just to be specific, 87, just to be specific, dollars per year. And so we are looking at a very huge need. Loss and damage, $450 billion, and these are very reservist figures by 2030 every year. Yet, what are we seeing right now? The 100 billion goal is not yet met. We've heard that developed countries are saying that it is about to be met in 2022 figures, if you look at the statistics. But as we stand there saying they are at about $91 billion. However, the message is clear. And I would want Brian to stand up at this point. The message is very clear. They have not delivered their 100 billion. They have not delivered their promises. So we would want to see stories that actually tell the world that there's a huge shortfall between 2009, that's 2009 when the 100 billion was agreed, and now. So we do not have the 100 billion. If you do 100 billion times 10 years, how much do you get? An average of 1 trillion, right? We are now at 91 billion US dollars. So who is failing us? Who is faulting their commitments? That has to be said. It is not met, there are shortfalls, and we have to demonstrate that the needs are more than the finance provided or claimed to be provided. Thank you, Brian. Now, friends, we'll be talking about something very powerful this year, and it's a new collective quantified goal, and I know you've talked about it. So it's a goal that should set the standards of how we operate in a new climate finance regime. And so this goal has to have the messaging, the realities, and the aspirations of the African continent at the heart of it. So when we're thinking about the number, the quantum, we start looking at what our leadership is saying. And Africa is saying that we need $1.3 trillion per year by 2030 if we are to address our needs as an African continent, but also as a global community, our climate change needs. Yet, what are we seeing happening in the continent of Africa? 60% of our countries are in debt distress or are at the risk of fiscal shortfalls because of debt burden. 19 of those countries, we know them very well. Why is this the case? Because even climate finance is being provided as loans, market rate loans. So the narrative is changing. Actually, developed countries are gaining from loans from climate finance. On our backs. They provide climate finance to us, we repay as loans, and the benefit is back to them. Let me give you some very, very interesting figures. As we stand now from our report, we have $18 billion of gain to developed countries from climate finance they have provided to some of the countries in this continent. $18 billion. Look at the Reuters report. Yet when we demand climate justice, they want to shift the goalpost. They want to say it's about domestic financing. They want us to look at how we start supporting our own climate action. But who speaks for this continent if it's not the African people, if it's not the African young people? Who says enough is enough with the austerity measures of the IMF? Enough is enough with business as usual, giving us market rate loans to address a problem we never even caused in the first place. It is us. And in this moment, the ACCER Awards has got that unique opportunity to not only drive public discourse, but also shape public opinion. Because at times, the only message that our friends hear and appreciate is that within the public discourse. We have to speak truth to power, but we have to also elevate stories that understand, appreciate, and confirm our realities and messaging as an African continent. As I finish, colleagues, climate finance is not just about the money. It's not about the figure. It's not about the figures we are quoting. I know they're important. But it's also about how this finance is engineered. Is it fair finance? And I'd like Ruth to stand up at this moment. Is this fair finance? Is this finance that actually, if you think about how it honors the needs of communities and the public, one that is embedded on the public nature of the commitments that are being honored? So as they honor the finance commitments, we don't just want them to give us any kind of finance. Thank you, Ruth. We want them to give us finance that looks at our needs. We need grants, absolutely. For what exactly? Adaptation. Mary, where is Mary? We need grants for adaptation. We need money for loss and damage. We need concessional financing, not market rate loans, for some needs, specifically in the context of adaptation. Thank you, Mary. And we need a finance at scale from the public. At the same time, we also need to see where this money goes. So every $1 has to have an impact at the community level. But we also have to see where it's coming from. So don't shift the burden to the private sector. Private sector wants profit and profit alone. We need the public finance to go where the private sector can never go. And that's the adaptation and loss and damage finance. So as we launch the ACCER Awards, we have to completely live and speak and share the African story. We need this story if we are to make progress in COP29. Because we'll be asked, why do you need $1.something trillion? And we will say, that's even actually not enough. We are being conservative. You've faulted. We are no longer willing to condone faults. In the context of the doubling adaptation finance, because we have a commitment right now, we'll be seeing a report coming at COP29. And adaptation is crucial for us. It's a lifeline for communities in Africa. So we just don't want to hear about additional pledges if you're not accounting for the pledges that you have not demonstrated delivery on. Our message has to be clear, friends. We are not standing against powers that understand conventional language. We also have to be crazy in our thinking. We have to ignite our energies, combine journalism with technical prowess, with political engagement, if we are to change or topple over the realities that we are in as a continent. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. Let me put on my activism spirit. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. It's time for the ACCER Award, and ACCER Award has to demonstrate just how people are struggling, but also the extent of finance needed, and importantly, tell the world that African resources, the natural capital of these resources, belong to Africa, and we have a huge say on this table. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julius. I think you can give him a better hand than that. So those who are asking, you can see how he gets when he's in the negotiation rooms. Then when the spirit takes over, you can see how he becomes when the spirit took over. Okay? Right, thank you. And I think the message is still very clear. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell her. I hope you're doing that and sharing this on your platforms and connecting on the hashtags and tagging. We need to tell these stories to our grassroots. You're journalists yourselves. I didn't even know I'm sitting next to one here, just from Chuka. Please just wave to the audience. And he's telling me, he's from Chuka. He's from Chuka University. He's telling me he wants to, he must be part of this. He wants to apply. So if he wants to apply already, I hope you're inspired to apply. Tell your amazing stories to the world, all right? Okay, my brother Fidel, kindly come on stage. I know you have a lot to share with us. So I'll hand over. Yes, you can give him a hand. And just to know that Fidel works with the communication team. So he's a brilliant guy in terms of branding. Can you see the outfit is matching with some of what you're wearing? It's called color coordination. Okay. Fidel, please.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you, everyone. And I think this is a good start, and we are moving forward, and we shall not stop. Even next year and after next year, we shall still communicate about our needs, our expectations from the global north on how we need to be financed. This year is about climate finance. And I'm going to take you through the historical background, it's brief, about the ACCER Awards and how it has started, the impact it has been making, the achievement, and now the process for this edition. Briefly, as an overview of these awards, African Climate Change and Environmental Reporting Awards, this, as it has been mentioned, it has started in 2013, and the main objective was to recognize exceptional journalism that highlights climate change and environmental issues in Africa. And these awards celebrate journalists who are outstanding out there in the community, and we always feel their value in what we do and also what they are doing to make sure our stories are known by everyone. We had objectives when we started this initiative in 2013. Number one was to circulate the African narrative on climate change, environmental discourse, and also to motivate journalists and media houses in Africa to report objectively and effectively on climate change and environmental issues in Africa. The other objective was to highlight the best practices in policy and responses to climate change, and also to encourage proactive media participation in Africa climate change discourse. Initially, media, I remember when I was a journalist, the first time I interacted with the climate change, it looked like mathematics to me. But the more you interact with the climate change, the more you attend different events, the more you understand. And when a journalist understands such, climate change, it will be easier for him to translate that message to lay citizens, lay community members who may not understand the concept. One of our achievements, we don't have one achievement, we have several achievements, and I think the first achievement was the launch of this initiative. Our friend Isaiah has spoken about the PAMAC. But the awards were launched in that year, as I have said, and from that time, we received more than 7,600 applications, and also we were able to award 112 journalists from across 3 countries in Africa. But also we had advancement of African narrative and discourses in climate diplomacy because of people we have awarded and building their capacity. The awards have fostered a community of journalists and media houses committed to reporting on climate change consistently through PAMAC. As I have mentioned, across the continent, we have many journalists who are part or are members to this network in different languages and different geographic locations. That is the best of our achievement you have had. And through this initiative, the awards have contributed to increasing awareness and understanding of climate change issues within African societies and among diverse stakeholders on the continent. We've been working based on different themes, but this year we have different sub-themes, but the main theme is advancing for accountability in a climate landscape for climate justice and equity. And we want to spotlight and encourage journalists for their excellency in reporting the matters related to climate finance. This year, we want to emphasize the need for transparency and innovation in climate finance. And we want to elevate discourses and drive effective actions that ensure climate justice and equity across the continent. We went through different sessions these 2 weeks, and climate finance has been coming back. So this is our turn as a journalist to make sure we peg climate finance reporting for this edition. We have a rationale. First of all, we are looking at climate change. We are escalating climate change, climate challenges that call for action, climate action, supported with the climate finance that is following to scale and speed. The delay in respecting commitments made, the little money that is flowing, and we don't know where it is going. We need to look at those challenges. This year, as it has been mentioned, it is a year of climate finance, be at the level of Africa group of negotiators or this upcoming COP29 in Baku. This is a year of climate finance. So it's a focus of Africa group of negotiators, but also it is a focus of COP29, which is coming toward the end of this year. We want to look at the climate finance impact at the front line. Experts pressure on rhetorics that characterize climate landscape and also impede flow of resources to the frontline communities. Apart from the main theme that I've shared with you, we have sub-themes. We want to focus on adaptation financing gap in Africa. We want to look at greater accountability for climate funds in Africa, African countries. We want also to look at making information on climate finance accessible and palatable for most impacted communities. We have a lot happening on the grassroots, but they are not reported. How are we going to foster that kind of reporting and work in a synergy? We want to scrutinize the role of private investment in climate finance. The more you want to develop, the more you kill innocent souls. How can we involve private investment and make sure they play a greater role in climate finance? Climate finance and human rights violation is at the center of some themes we are going to focus on this year. Because when there is inequity, there's violence against human rights. That is, you cannot discuss about that because it's right. We want to evaluate international support mechanisms, looking at effectiveness of the efforts and agreements in supporting African climate action. That is part of our sub-themes this year. We cannot have these awards without objectives. Apart from the overall objectives, we have objective for this year. And the main goal for this edition is to elevate the discourse around climate finances in Africa by ensuring it drives the real and equitable improvement in climate resilience. Specifically, we want to illuminate climate finance gaps and opportunities by highlighting the critical climate finance needs and gaps on the continent by focusing on adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage reparations. We want to unpack innovations in climate finance. We want to influence policies and practices. We want to promote stakeholder engagement in dialogues. And we want to enhance journalist capacities. Before we award the winners, we build their capacity, and normally it takes between 2 and 3 days. So this is our role as Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance to make sure we develop. We don't build capacity. Already, journalists, you have capacity. We develop your capacity, and we help one another. So that is part of our specific objective this year. We want also to look at the North-South solidarity. You cannot win any war without supporters. And the Global South will never work alone if there's no the Global North that we are holding accountable to what is happening on the continent. We have different categories this year, and I think this is the best section for all of us to look at, because apart from journalists who are here and those who are following us online, we have also the other category. Everyone here can participate. And I think Dr. Mithika said everyone is a journalist, and the communication is about the exchange, and information is key. You can't do anything without information. So this year we're going to award the best climate change coverage in print media. The second category is the climate change coverage in broadcast media, be TV or radios. We have the award for the best investigative journalism on climate change. For those who are opinion writers, we have award for opinion and commentary on climate change. We have the award for coverage of local climate change issues. We know we have grassroots community radios, and they are, as there has been said, they focus on local languages, and they have communities who are going through a lot. So we have that category for those who have covered stories around that topic or theme. We have the other category about the data in climate change reporting. It's not about talking. It's not about shooting a video or getting a photo. It must have data. As if you remember, during our presentation about advocacy, we insist on data, the use of data and the facts during when we are advocating. So journalists who are reporting on based on data in climate change reporting, please feel free. We have that category for you. Now, for all of us here and those who are following us online and those maybe who will learn about this, we have the last category, which is about young digital activists. But digital activists, you may not be young, but still activists, and we're in the space of climate change. That you don't need to be reporting of working for any media house, as long as you are involved in climate change activism, climate justice activism, please feel free. We have 3 languages, and this is what we last 2 years, because the last edition was in 2022 in Kigali on the sidelines of Chogam. We normally accept submission or applications in 3 languages. Those are English, French, and Portuguese. So these are languages we are expecting submission or application in those 3 languages. The calendar. The submission starts today until August 6, 2024. Selection or shortlisting of successful applicants will be in August on 18th, and we want to announce those who shall be selected by August 22nd. And then for those who will not make it, we share feedback, because it's part of communication. And we, as I've said, we are going to train those who will be selected between the 3rd September and 6th September on the sidelines of CCDA and AMSEN in Abidjan. That's when the award ceremonies will take place. What is the process of submission? First of all, for registration, journalists interested in participating must register through ACCER Award official website, www.accer.org, and there is a form. You shall put everything which is required to put there, including attachment and everything, and then you submit. Participants must submit their entry electronically via the ACCER Award portal, and each entry should include the journalist's work, articles, videos, and others, a brief description, and other supporting documents verifying the work's publication or broadcast between the eligible dates. The eligible dates is between the eligible date for publication. You must have published your product, your stories, your article between May 9th, 2022 to June 30th this year. This is clear. And after this, we shall share the brief about this for all platforms so that you understand. Submission, again, the deadline compliance, all entries must be submitted by announced deadline with no extension provided, except we have some other exceptions. And also, when you submit, you get an automated message informing you that you have successfully submitted. We shall look at different criteria. We have evaluation, and there is a committee. So during evaluation, we shall be looking at the relevance of the theme or sub-themes, the way I stated. We shall be looking at the journalistic excellence, where entries will be evaluated on journalistic standards, including accuracy, clarity, originality, and ethical in reporting. We shall look at the impact that your reporting has made in public understanding or policy change regarding climate finance. We shall look at innovation and the creativity you have put into your reporting by using innovative reporting techniques or technologies, creative approaches to storytelling, the ability to present complex information in an accessible way. We are looking at data utilization. There's no plagiarism. You need to have reference. Effective use of data and evidence to support the narrative is the key when we are evaluating. We are going to look at the quality of presentation, the way you have presented the facts. For broadcast media, the quality of production, be audio for radio and video for TV, will be considered the quality. So the bra video or maybe some fun photos or videos, we shall look at it during the evaluation. And for written pieces, the quality of writing, the coherence, and the logical flow of argument will be evaluated. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup à tous et à tous. This is in English. We shall put in French and Portuguese if possible, and we shall share widely for everyone to understand better. Any point for clarification before I leave the stage? Well.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you, Fidel. We're also asking our summer school journalists to please stand, our young digital activists, if you're in the room. Anyone? I see one over there. Anyone? Only one, two, okay, three, okay, they're popping up, four. You have a question? Or you're nominating yourself to be a journalist? How many do we have? Only four? No, we actually have those who've been writing stories for us. You can see them. They're standing. We also want to take a few comments. So as Fidel is saying, do you have any points that you need him to clarify? Is everything clear?
Online, we have a question. And
online, there's a question. Okay, go ahead, David. Well, let's start with the online first because we haven't had a chance to listen.
Okay. Can a media house, print or online, specialized in reporting climate change, also submit their work? Also, we have a hand from Elias. Elias, please go ahead.
Please come again. Can you repeat?
Repeat the first question, David.
The question. Can a media house, that is print or online, specialized in reporting climate change, also submit their work?
I think we don't have a category for media houses. we are encouraging individuals, because even the media house has journalists reporting. And I think by submitting, you submit any story that was published through your media house. So for this time around, we don't have that category of sin. We stick to individuals who have been. You maybe worked as a team, for example, the duo writing a piece or something. That still stands as one submission.
Thank you. There is a hand from Elias. Elias, if you can hear us, please go ahead.
Yes. Hello?
Yes, can I hear you, Elias?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. No, that was the question I wanted to. I was the one who asked the question whether the media house that is specialized in climate change and environmental reporting can also submit. But you answered it. You answered that well. It's okay.
Okay, thank you, Elias. There's someone.
All right, yes, you have the mic, ask your question. Okay, I'll come to you. Okay.
My name is Brian Wandera, Chuka University. My question is for those students who want to participate in the awards, what's the criteria for them?
The criteria, you are part of, if you are not a journalist?
Yeah, I'm not yet. I'm a
we
journalist.
have the last category.
Yeah.
We have the last category. And I want to insist on this because all of us, we are activists, right?
Yes.
We have the last category, and that is not for journalists only. It's for activists, young digital activists. I've been seeing people posting around the different issues related to climate change. You are activists. So you are most welcome to apply. We shall be looking at different, how you are making impact. You've seen my presentation, the way we are focusing on this year. So there is last category for a lot of us, including me. Including me. So for all activists, the last category, the young digital, don't feel young. Even if you are 100 years old, but you feel you are activist, please feel free to apply. So it's about activists, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, there's a mic down there. Please go
Hello,
ahead.
greetings everyone. My name is Zamzam Bonaya. Thank you for the presentation on the opportunities that are there for us. My question is, you mentioned that for the eligibility criteria, the coverages or something, they should be from the respective dates. They should have been published in those respective dates. So what happens if you have not published them in the local mainstream media and you've been using channels like WhatsApp? Does that mean you're not eligible?
You are not eligible. We are looking at those time frame.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Fidel, let's stick to journalists, members of Fourth Estate. Those questions we are inviting are just strictly for members of Fourth Estate, not each and everyone, members of Fourth Estate only, because ACER Award, that's where we are focusing. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Meyan. I come from Kajiado. I am a multimedia journalist. So I was asking, is it open for multimedia journalism? Like I can do a documentary in video, I still do it in audio, I still do it in print.
You choose one of them, and it is eligible. It's accepted.
Okay, another question is, now that maybe the timeline to submit our stories is over.
No.
When next? Okay, like for me, I've not published my story yet. So when are you having the next submission? Like
this happens every 2 years. So if we are not in that time frame, we have announced, then we have to wait for the next edition.
Another question is, to who am I pitching my story? Like, is there anybody that I'm going to send my story so that they...
When it is announced, there's a portal that we have displayed. That's where the form is. Everything is there, so you go through that. But since you have not published during that time frame, then the other edition. And thank you. If there's another journalist, let's
Thank you. Thank you so much for answering.
Thank you very much. Well, my name is Abubakar Kroma from Liberia. So my question is about the legalization is it restricted to journalists or media practitioners that are fully registered, or it is open to everybody? Thank you.
So
stand up so that I see you.
I'm just going to take 1 minute to explain very well why we're insisting on the young digital activist. The thought behind this very specific categories is because we were trying to also involve young alumni who are very active on social media. You're very active on climate, advocacy through digital platform, like for example Twitter, or you use Tumblr, or you have like your own website where you also discuss matters of climate justice. You have your own actions going online, and this is actually a space where you can submit your profile, your handles. So when you go into the form, where if you are interested, again, you have to be very active because this category is very competitive. It's up to you to go to the form, just share your handles, and then in the brief description, just describe what you have been doing, what was your action, the countries where you've been. And I want to emphasize also that the previous winners of the Young Digital Activists were all alumni from the summer school. So we actually even deliberately, I would say, consider more the people who have been attending Nairobi Summer School. So I encourage all of you to go there if you're already working on, climate advocacy using the digital platforms, to go there and apply. Thank you so much.
Before last year, we had a young man, I will not mention his name, but definitely he came to Nairobi Summer School. I'll not mention his name. For me, because I'm very interactive with social media, I used to see how we used to engage different, community members on issues related to climate change. When we announced Nairobi Summer School Quarter 3, he was interested. But when you go out there and you see what he does on the ground, and the public, the audience he has, it's amazing. I think that's what my colleague Jennifer was talking about. Please, I know you are very active, and feel free. What you put in the form is just a handle, and it's up to us to follow and see what you post out there. If you mix sports, politics, and climate change, you remember the language I talked about last time. We may miss what you are doing on the ground. There's some, is there any question I have not responded? Someone talked about legalization. I think if you are a journalist, you are recognized in your country. And we're talking about a journalist. Yes. If you are not part of a journalist and then you are activist, and the state can fall in any category of the two we mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, all right. A big hand to Fidel for that presentation. I think it's very clear what we need to do. Thank you so much, Fidel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being such a lovely audience. Allow me, I'm informed you're running out of time. We need to move to the next part of the program. But I just want to say, even at the launch of these ACCER Awards, we believe in you. We want you to go and tell those stories and pick out those stories. So we're looking forward to hearing your stories and the impact of your stories across Africa. All right? Viva, comrades, viva. Thank you. I'll call upon Mr. Kilonzo from PACCER to guide us in the next stage of the program. Thank you.
Good morning once more. Time is fast spent. We have a time date. We are not taking a tea break. We are taking an health break of 10 minutes, strictly 10 minutes, and we reconverge for the closing ceremony. Okay? 10 minutes, health break, and we reconverge for the closing ceremony. Thanks.
started. We have our speakers online who have been waiting since morning, and most of them have got other engagements. So we really need to get going. So I kindly ask those who are studying, settle. We want to start in the next few minutes.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, let's quickly settle. Kaidre, I can still see some people outside. Kaidre, get inside. We need to get going. All right, good morning. Young people of Africa, good morning. Good morning. What do you want? When do you want it? Justice climatic. Justice climatic. Justice climatic. Very well. So we are going to do it in style. Eh? So these guys are going to ask, what do you want? Okay? Can you hear from this group, this row? We have to do it in unison. 1, 2. And this group will repeat the same question, and the last group is going to answer, okay? Let's go, 1, 2. What do you want? Climate justice. Wait a minute. Okay, very good. So this group is going to ask, when do you want it, okay? Can we say that? 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness. These ones will not graduate. So can we go? 1, 2, 3. Ah, come on, you can do better, guys. Don't fail us. Okay, again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we start from here, 1, 2. Very good. Thank you. That was a drill, eh? Thank you. That was a drill. Now we are going to do it in a Mexican wave. Do you know the Mexican wave? You normally see what people do in the stadium, right? So we have one team starting up. By the time they're sitting down, the other one is starting up, okay? So when they ask, what do you want? They'll be up starting. As they sit down, you'll be saying climate justice as you stand. And then we do that, okay? So it's going to be a Mexican wave. Are we together? Let's practice, okay? Let's start. 1, 2. What do you want? Climate justice. What do you want? Climate justice. Wait. Wait, this group number 3, there's a problem. It's only about 10% who are studying. Okay, let's do it again. 1, 2. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Professor Mutebei, I think this guy qualifies for graduation. That was the only exam we had planned for you, and you have all passed, so thank you so very much. So ladies and gentlemen, yes, we are graduating with first class honors, but this professor to confirm. So thank you so much. We are now coming to the very end of our 2 weeks, very, very extensive, program. Congratulations once again, ladies and gentlemen. I told you you're the top cream of Africa. Remember, you're about 300 of you, but we had 4,441 applications. So it's only about 10% of you who applied actually seated here. So you are very, very lucky. So viva Africa, viva! Viva! But now, the whole of Africa has put this burden on your shoulders. It's upon you now to spread the gospel, to the others. Remember, this has not been a very cheap exercise. It has been quite expensive. But again, they say that if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. So we have empowered you, and we believe that the future belongs to you. But again, this future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. So kindly dare dream, even as you go out there. But again, we normally say the journey of 1,000 miles. We start with one step. And now, we also say that the only impossible journey is that you never started. So you started your journey not 2 weeks ago, but many months ago when you actually submitted your application in faith that you'll be admitted to this particular school. I can tell you, we were very fair in our selection. We did know you. Most of you, actually, majority of you never know you, but at least we were able to pull you from wherever you are, from your forest, in Congo Forest, from North Africa in the deserts, from South Africa. But now we have a cohort, and a cohort that is ready to carry the mantle of climate justice in this continent of Africa. So clap for yourselves. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now getting into the closing ceremony, and I want us to be upstanding as we sing the three anthems, the Kenya National Anthem, the East African Anthem, and the African Union Anthem. And as we do this, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to usher in our high-level panel to come in front. I want to invite, before we start the national anthem, Dr. Medeka Mwenda. Dr. Medeka Mwenda, you're welcome to the podium. I want to invite Professor, our only and only one, Henry Mutabei, the Vice Chancellor of Chuka University. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to also invite Mother Bekere, representing all our partners from development initiatives. Mother Bekere, kindly come forward. And I want to invite the former Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Dufu, Arika, Nigeria, Professor Chinedum Mwajuba. Thank you so very much. And I want to check whether Maurice Pedo is around from FROCA, or is he joining online? Dr. Maurice Pedo, is he here? All right, I think he's joining online. And then, of course, online, we have our guest. Online, we have Caro. And Caro is actually the chair of the UN Civil Society conference that actually was hosted in Nairobi. And from Help Aid, she's going to join us virtually. Let's clap for her. On the same wavelength, we have our very own Dr. Reverend Ezekiel Lesmore, who is joining us online. Remember him? I also want to indicate that we also have Ambassador Mohamed Ari, who is actually the presidential advisor on climate change, but also, most importantly, the chair of the Africa Group of Negotiators, who is going to give us keynote address. And of course, I'll be introducing the others as we progress. So thank you so very much. Now, may we all be upstanding for the three anthems.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa a tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth.
All right, thank you so much. We may remain seated. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite our IT people to run a very, very short video about our journey in the last 2 weeks. So, David, are we good to go?
Sorry, Charles. Probably we missed an element of what you're asking.
We're supposed to have a video.
Yeah.
Is it ready?
Oh, yes.
All right. Thank you so
Yes.
much, David.
Welcome to the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, Cohort 4.
To implement solutions like uprooting the madenge trees and planting indigenous trees.
This year's summer school is taking place in the lush and serene environment of the Mount Kenya region. Hosted by Chuka University, an esteemed institution known for its focus on environmental and sustainability studies. The program, which ran from the 24th of June to the 7th of July, was a vibrant hub for learning, exploration and networking, bringing over 208 participants from diverse backgrounds worldwide.
Namaste, I am Shmiti from Nepal.
Olá, Nguina Liami é a Cíntia, eu sou da Angola, venho de um país onde tem uma planta chamada Welwitschia mirabilis no deserto do Namib.
سارة سالم من ليبيا عمري 26 سنة.
Hello everyone, this is Walid from Tunisia. I'm 27 years old and I'm a climate activist and also climate negotiator on climate finance and loss and damage with the Tunisian Ministry of Environment.
Oh, my name is Evans Moshanga. I am a law student at Chuka University.
Climate justice, justice climatic.
My name is Prosper Havayo, and I am from Rwanda. I volunteer with RCCDN, the Rwanda Climate Change Development Network.
The school dived into the essential aspects of climate justice, the 4 solutions, identifying existing gaps, and ensuring comprehensive engagement through country-specific context.
I have been following, in fact, Nairobi Summer School for Climate Justice since Cohort 1, and I have seen mainly how it's a powerful tool across Africa, bringing together youths from even beyond Africa.
I heard about it from my colleague. He's a Ghanaian for. He applied for it last year, and when he came back, he started talking about how amazing it is and how much he have learned about climate justice issues.
Then I heard about the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice from my able Vice Chancellor and from the coordinator from Chuka University, that's Professor Muraya.
The summer school talks about climate justice, so it has equipped me with skills and with knowledge regarding climate change and how it affects the environment and the communities we are from.
What do we want? When do we want it?
The Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice is an initiative of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PACJA.
Well, Nairobi Summer School is an initiative, which is a unique initiative that was crafted by Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance in 2019. That is when the idea came to be. And this idea was realized upon reality that we actually were able to gather on the ground, that our young people in Africa are not necessarily empowered as activists of climate justice. And looking at our demography, the young people are the majority in the continent. Indeed, the main capital that we have are the brains of our young people. But we felt it's important to give them knowledge, to empower them so they can actually become activists and they can become advocates of climate justice in the continent, to safeguard their future and the future of the generations that are going to come.
The knowledge acquired from Nairobi Summer School is going to really transform the people that we're training. as I said, the target group is grassroots leaders, advocates that are already doing, they are out of their initiative, they are already doing locally led actions. So the knowledge from the NAIROBI Summer School is going to enable them to advocate effectively. It's going to enable them, those who are doing research, to do the research in a meaningful way.
The program aims to specifically empower young African and young people globally on climate justice, fostering continuity and intergenerational dialogue to generate sustainable solutions for our global community.
I have learned so much about different stakeholders on the climate space, both locally and nationally. And I'm looking forward to working with FLOCA towards supporting grassroots initiatives and also implementation on adaptation projects.
I am here. I'm a product of the summer school, so I would encourage all the youth to actually apply for the next cohorts and also find online resources and engage anyway. I think nowadays, because we are in the digital world, digital technology, there are a lot of resources online. You can go on YouTube, you can go on Google, just to understand some basics about climate change and climate justice.
Climate justice is justice for humanity. That's my conviction, and I'm very happy to see that the young have taken the mantle to ensure going forward we have climate justice.
What do you want? Climate justice! What do you want it? Now!
Your convening at this moment is a testament of your collective commitment to journey with the rest of the world to address one of the most pressing issues of our time, climate change and the quest for climate justice.
Viva Africa, viva! Viva young people, viva! Very good, that is the spirit. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are transitioning out to another section, and we want to hear from you. This has been your journey. This has been your story. It will continue being your story. It is the African story. And therefore, I want to invite a few of you to represent various regions in this continent, but again, those of us who come from outside Africa. And I want to strictly give you 2 minutes. You know, we're also training you how to pitch. You know, sometimes, and most of the times, you don't get enough time, you know, to probably, you know, articulate your issue or basically execute your agenda. And therefore, you have to utilize the 0 minutes given. Karaja can tell you the negotiations. Even presidents are given some very strict time. And when time is over, actually, the microphones go off. So, Kaidri, take about 1 minute and 45 seconds so that you can reserve 15 seconds for your, you know, for the applause. So, Kaidri, if I call you in front, take about less than 2 minutes so that you can give opportunity for the others to speak. So, we are going to start from East Africa because we are in East Africa. And to represent the entire East African cohort, not East African cohort, yes, the whole of East African cohort, we are going to have Evans Mushanga. Evans Mushanga is also the president of Chuka University Students. So I think let's give him a better applause. So he's going to speak fast. Thank you. Welcome, Mushanga.
Yes, thank you so much. The Vice Chancellor, Chuka University, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Dr. Mithika Mwenda, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance Secretariat, esteemed delegates, my fellow comrades, good morning. It is indeed a great honor to stand in front of over 87 countries in the world. Observing you brimming with the requisite knowledge on climate justice serves as a clear testament that we are all ignited to awaken, equip, and inspire generations to come of the very essence of preserving our mother nature. Imperative to say, NAIROBI Summer School served a great role in my life and in the life of my fellow East African community members on the knowledge on just transition, climate justice and finance, green economy and entrepreneurship, climate justice advocacy and communication, climate, gender and social justice, and my favorite, human and environmental rights. I would like to thank the selfless resource people led by the very intelligent, passionate, humble, and sociable Dr. Mithika Mwenda, who took the time to enlighten us. I must say that we are challenged to go beyond the books and bear the brunt to ensure our communities own the solutions we picked from this high-level training. By extension, I would like to thank my father, mentor, friend, and Vice Chancellor of Chuka University for being gracious enough to allow this important training to happen in the only prophetic university in the world, of which I'm proudly affiliated. Ladies and gentlemen, I would not love to conclude my speech without acknowledging the many international friends we as the East African community made. Indeed, we got the tagline that I'm a global citizen holding a Kenyan, Ugandan, Tanzanian, Ethiopian, Rwandan, Burundi passport. We are global citizens. Without forgetting my fellow Kenyans and Gen Zs, it was a nostalgic moment of interacting and cross-pollinating culture while harmoniously saying to global emissions, we reject. In conclusion, this gathering was not just a meeting of minds, but a convergence of passion, purpose, unwavering commitment to combat climate change. As we leave the venue, we ought to share the understanding that it is not the end, but merely the beginning of a transformative journey. Thank you so much.
And who said that Evans cannot become the Kenyan president in the next few months? And this is a prophetic university, so we are saying some prophetic words. And you know what you confess you possess. Very well. We are training young minds. And indeed, we are training leadership across Africa, because where else on earth, honestly, can you find all the African youths from all countries represented? It's only West Sahara, and I think Eritrea that is not represented here. So all of us are represented in the continent of Africa. So clap for yourselves. Believe you me, the next 5 years or so, the kind of transformation you're going to get in the continent of Africa, not just in climate change, but even politically, it's going to be ignited by NAIROBI Summer School on Climate Justice and our graduates. So I now want to move on, and I want to invite from North Africa, Rim. Where is Rim? Very good. Come forward. Thank you. Clap for her. Give her a better clap. Eh? Thank you so much, Rim.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, all the protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Reem El Sayed, and I'm from Egypt. I work as a fellow at the World Health Organization and the Eastern Mediterranean Regional Office, and I'm truly honored and grateful to stand before you today at NAIROBI Summer School for Climate Justice. This gathering represents not just an event, but a powerful movement dedicated to pursuit of just and sustainable future for all. First and most, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of this incredible global summer school, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. Can we just give them? And all partners organizations, thank you for providing us with an invaluable platform to learn, connect, and inspire one another. To the distinguished speakers, facilitators, and experts who have shared their knowledge and insights with us, from understanding the interact linkage between climate change and social justice, to climate mitigation and adaptation strategies, climate financing, climate policy, advocacy, and communication, to climate change, peace, health, and gender. We have delved deep into the critical issues of climate justice, explored innovative solutions and actionable strategies to address the challenges we face. The knowledge and the skills we have gained here are invaluable tools. We will guide in our ongoing efforts from advocacy, policy, and research to create more sustainable and equitable Africa. I would like also to express my deepest appreciation to my fellow participants. Your diverse experience, perspective, and enthusiasm have enriched our discussions and broadened our horizons. It's through our collective action and shared commitment that we can drive meaningful change. I'm grateful for all the friendships we have made and all the networks we have built, which will continue to inspire and support long after the summer school. As we move forward, let's remember the power of our collective voice and strength of our united action. At last, let us carry the spirit of this summer school with us as we work towards a brighter, more just future. Thank you.
Thank you. I think she deserves a better clap, guys. Huh? If nobody appreciates you young people, you must learn to appreciate yourselves. Very well, thank you. So we're now moving on down to West Africa, and we are going to hear from Abu Bakrin from Mali. Abu Bakrin, where are you? All right, very good.
Mesdames et messieurs, très chers amis, si c'est OK, on peut y aller. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, très chers amis, c'est avec un sentiment de fierté, d'honneur, mais surtout de regret. Regret que nous allons ensemble se quitter dans quelques jours. Mais pendant ces quelques jours, je ne regrette pas d'avoir connu des frères, d'avoir connu des enfants de l'Afrique. Nous partons avec satisfaction. Satisfaction d'avoir appris de vous qui êtes réellement nos aînés, d'avoir fait de nous des lions qui, à l'entrée réellement de cette salle, étaient des lionceaux, pour ne pas dire que nous étions seulement des petits chats. Merci à vous de nous avoir donné aujourd'hui l'importance que vaut notre continent. Merci de nous avoir donné aujourd'hui l'opportunité d'apprendre sur les questions de changement climatique, sur les questions d'adaptation, de la bonne gouvernance, des techniques de négociation, et j'en passe. Mesdames et messieurs, chers amis, si cette école n'y était pas, il fallait la créer. Je répète, si cette école n'y était pas, il fallait la créer. Nous remercions le bon Dieu d'avoir mis sur notre chemin des amis de Zimbabwe, d'Ouganda, de la Tanzanie, de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, de l'Afrique centrale, de tous les continents africains. Merci à cette école qui est tout simplement une source du savoir, la clé de la réussite. Je vous informe aujourd'hui que vous venez de réveiller réellement le vieux lion blanc, bien sûr, le vieux lion blanc de l'Afrique. Vous venez de réveiller en nous les grands éléphants. Vous venez de réveiller en nous le faucon noir qui, à partir de cet instant, vous garantit qu'il ne reculera devant absolument rien pour la défense des bien-être de nos communautés. Je parle bien de la communauté africaine. Mesdames et messieurs, merci. Merci à vous tous. Merci à vous toutes d'avoir été là. Je vous remercie. Et pour terminer, mesdames et messieurs, excusez-moi d'abuser, nous avons ici un chiwara, et ce chiwara, symbole de bravoure, était donné dans la culture mandingue à ces hommes-là qui arrivaient à garantir le bien-être de la population. Et ce chiwara, nous le décernons aujourd'hui à l'ensemble de l'équipe de Pagdia qui a allumé en nous cette bougie, la bougie de l'espoir. Merci et merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Abu Bakri from Mali. Merci, félicitations. Thank you so very much. So now we are moving on to central part of Africa. And representing that constituency, we have none other than Tadagwe and Nuldin from Cameroon. Where is he? Oh, he's coming in style. Okay, thank you. All right.
What do we want? When do we want it?
Now.
All protocols respected. Good morning, bonjour, bon dia, habari yenu. I am called Tanangwe Nordin Shutang, and I am a young mechanical engineer and a member of the grassroots organization called Youth Empowerment Cameroon, where I serve as the advocacy lead and the SDG 7 team leader. It is a great pleasure for me to stand here on behalf of the Central African community to share my thoughts and reflections about the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice Cohort 4. My intervention will be broadly on 3 points. First, Africa is the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change, yet they emit less than 4% of the total greenhouse gas emissions. Adaptation and mitigation are the two main ways to address the climate crisis. However, it is imperative for countries of the global north to support Africa with climate finance, especially adaptation finance, in the form of grants and not loans, as per Article 9.4 of the Paris Agreement. Secondly, energy efficiency is the cheapest and the most reliable way to limit the use of fossil fuels. And as an engineer, I can contribute to this by designing systems that use lower fuel for a greater output within a specific period of time. And more preferably, even make use of clean energy to design systems. Finally, climate advocacy can only be effective when key facts accompany it. It is therefore important for us to do more research, to be equipped and informed, to read conventions and protocols on climate change, such as the Vienna Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. It is also crucial for us to be versed with the national determined contributions of our country, and to also engage with the local population to ensure that we draft our solutions that meet the needs of the population while aligning with the country's goal. I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to the entire PACJA team for creating not just a platform to learn, but also to connect with change makers from all over the world. I am deeply grateful to Chuka University for hosting us during these 2 weeks of change and transformation. So I must say I have truly been ignited, I have been empowered, and I have been driven to make change in my community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nuruddin. Thank you. Beautiful speeches, and I know our communication people are picking those speeches because we'll keep them and we'll remind the other cohorts, that you are here and that you came, you saw and you conquered. So we are progressing on, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to skip South Africa for some very good reason. South Africa is actually at the tail end of Africa, so they protect us from below, as North Africa protects us, from the north. And therefore, we are going to give them an opportunity at the tail edge to actually summarize everything for us. Is that okay? In terms of vote of thanks and all that. So allow me to then skip for that reason. But I want us to take a flight from Africa, and we fly all the way to Nepal. So, and Nepal is going to represent the constituency that came from outside Africa. Remember, this school has become a global school. So it's not just an African thing. And therefore, I'm going to invite Assimlit Shah from Nepal. I hope I'm pronouncing the name well. To represent the diaspora constituency. Welcome, Shah.
Very unique flag.
Very good. Wow. You're now the president of Nepal.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Smriti Shah from Nepal, and I am honored to be here as a sole representative from Asia continent at the Climate Justice Symposium organized by Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance. I'm deeply grateful to Pakcha and Chuka University for expanding its reach and including me in this vital program. I am amazed by the insights, expertise, and passion, and the energy, which the African energy I have felt throughout the program, which has allowed me to deeply explore the climate issues and better understand their intersection with the justice and equity. As a program integration expert, my role involves on exploring designing integrated packages in WASH, health, and nutrition, now to combat the undernutrition in humanitarian setting. Now it's for climate change. I have learned here that the humanitarian aid and climate financing are completely different from one another. Now I cannot be fooled for humanitarian aid to climate financing. Pakcha's commitment to the climate justice and bringing youth together in solidarity is truly inspiring. The diverse perspective and lively discussion we have shared has been invaluable to me. The knowledge and insights about the African continent I have gained here will greatly enhance my advocacy efforts back to my region. Together we have built strong friendships and collaboration that will drive our collective efforts in advancing climate justice. I cannot thank you enough, Africa, for showering me with so much love and making me feel like a home. Lastly, I know that the knowledge and inspiration I have gained here is just the beginning, and as I return to my region, I will continue to champion on climate justice. Thank you, Pakcha, and everyone involved in 87 countries from the enriching experience. Together we can achieve climate justice for all. Viva Africa! Viva! Viva Kenya! Viva! Viva Chuka! Viva! Viva Pakcha! Viva! Viva Asia! Viva! Viva Nepal! Viva! Thank you.
If only we can be able to reach the president of Nepal, we will convince him or her to nominate her as a new Minister of Environment in her country. I remember, we are living in the spirit of this prophetic university, so we are prophesying good things to everybody around here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to take this opportunity to also recognize the presence of other very important people amongst us. I know I already introduced the high panel, but we have with us Professor Gilbert Duru, Professor, if you can wave at other participants. He is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Chuka University. So if you see Professor Mtebe being strong, then he has very, very good hands supporting from behind. And we also have Professor Idai, Madam Professor Eunice Idai. Thank you so much. They have a DVC. Those two are the ones who are really supporting Professor Henry Mtebe. And that is why we have had a very, very successful. Let's clap for them. We also want to appreciate in Wambidis to our partners who are here. I have Professor Alhaji, Professor Alhaji, if you can wave. Thank you so much, from Sierra Leone. He has been one of our resource persons, but he has also been our mentor in this particular program. I also want to recognize the presence of our very own Julius Karanja from ACCER Alliance. Let's clap for Julius. And like we mentioned the other day, Julius is single. Oh, sorry, you had not told me to mention here, but we appreciate you, Karanja. He's our young brother from Pakistan. All right, it's because people are asking, so I wanted to be sure that I mentioned that. Anyway, we also want to take this opportunity to recognize Christian Aid. Is Christian Abuya here with us? Abuya? Probably Nicholas Abuya, I think he left from Christian Aid. We appreciate you so very much. But in the same, I'm told he's in charge. He's an SDA, so we appreciate him in absentia. But again, we want to recognize the presence, you know, of all representatives from our universities that made this possible. Of course, starting from Chuka University, we have the University of Embu, Kirinyaga University, Karatina University, Meru University, Tharaka University, Kimathi University, and of course, we have the University of West Cape, where Professor Board comes from. We have, the Commission of Nigerian Universities, represented by Professor Mojiaba here, and other universities across, the continent and beyond who have supported this particular process. But it's also important to also recognize partners who also have made this very, very much possible. We have the Dutch government. Really, they're very, very supportive. We really appreciate them from wherever they are in absentia. We appreciate Swedish International Development Agency, SIDA, who are really our backbone, donors for this particular program. We have Bill and Melinda Gates, who are also part of our donors. We appreciate our other partners, the East African farmers. Where are they? We have representatives from East African farmers, all the students coming through that constituency. We really appreciate you so very much. ACCER Alliance, where are participants from ACCER Alliance again? Where are you? I know you're here. Thank you so very much. WRI, we have WRI, if you can raise your hands wherever you are. Thank you so very much. HBCU, Historically Black Colleges and Universities. They are there, seated behind there. Thank you so very much. We have, Organization of Africa Instituted Churches. They also represented. I know they were here as resource persons. We appreciate you. Save the Children. Where are you? If you can raise your hand wherever you are. I know you have Save the Children representatives here. Let's clap for them. And also we have All African Conference of Churches, of course represented by Dr. Reverend Desmore. We have development initiatives represented by my sister here, Bekere. We have Christian Aid and others, and we really appreciate all the partners, including those I may not have mentioned. We really take notice of your presence and your support for this particular program. So now we are moving on. We are transitioning now to speeches from our high-level panelists. And I want to take this opportunity, before I invite Mideka, we do another one quick Mexican wave. Are we together? Just to ensure you don't sleep. Eh? So 1, 2, 3. Thank you so very much. And that's just but to introduce Dr. Mideka Mweda, my boss and the director of Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. Welcome, sir.
All right, Charles, thank you very much. And I'm very impressed. When I see you, really, I want to choose as an Englishman the adjectives which I can describe this moment. First, edifying, captivating. Which other one? Enchanting. Somebody is saying dangerous. No. Captivating. So that's how I can describe it. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Mutebei. Professor Chinedum, I just came this morning and I saw it in the program. I was asking whether I'm becoming prophetic also, whether he's here or not. So I was told he came because he has never missed this moment. And if you see him, he is a very busy person. But just time to be here is really, we really appreciate. Mother and my friend Caro online and the rest of the team who are online. I will not read the speech, but I will go with the protocol which has been established, and they say that I'm one of the people who are very, 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 satisfied. When honeybee, doing honey, she is even exporting. In this era where you finish university, there is no promise of a job. You can be job creators, and we have seen this happening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you, this is the moment for you. We have that fund, so you don't need even to struggle. You just tell us what you are doing through fund. You can visit that website. And then what you have learned here, you are going to practice. We have a small fund, little money, up to $5,000 US, which you can go and tell us. You just don't need to be very conventional. You don't want to, we just want to see what you learned combined with now what is practical on the ground, and then you will be good to go. And when I come to your village, you will just host me and not be bothered about what I have. It's what you can give us. So you ask, one American president said, look not what American can do for you. Look what you can do for America. So don't look at what we can do for you as PAGJA, as we have done our best. Putting as child together, this cohort together, is you can imagine how much it costs. So let that not waste go into waste. Ensure that at least do a small thing. When we were opening this session, I always remind young people like you of the ones of Lord Baden-Powell, the founder of the Scout movement in the world. Try and live this world a little better than you found it. And when your time to die comes, you can die with a feeling that you have achieved your best. It is as simple as that. GNZ, this is your moment. For us, we can only facilitate. And there is no other facilitation than empowering you with knowledge. What is important? In the transition to low carbon, climate resilient future, which is inevitable, the era of fossil fuels, the dirty development pathways, electric cars are coming into our roads. This is your moment. And we have given you what we have to give you. The only thing now, the biggest burden is now with you. Please don't embarrass us when you go back. We want to see action. We are connected. We have the cohort 1, cohort 2, cohort 3. We keep monitoring. Don't go and silence yourself. You are in the platform now. We believe there is no one of you who have failed, though we did not give you a test, but our test is observation. We believe you are the best. So once you put you there, you need to make that group. And anything can happen in that group. We have picked people from there to represent us in various platforms. And that is you. But we cannot pick you when you are silent. You have seen the ACCER ones. There are so many initiatives for Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, which you can write on. So my appeal to you, as you go back to your homes, as you go back to your countries, as you go back to your villages, as you go back to your homes, take our message, the PAGJA message, the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice message, that we can change the world. That not we, I can change the world. There is an opportunity. If we have done it for Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, you can do it also. We believe in ourselves, believe in yourself, and I believe the change which we want, the change maker which we have, the change maker which we have cultivated is you. We want to see change at your village. You have seen I've not ended the statement, it's here. I want to end it there. There is no need of doing the statement. I think the speakers who are speaking have just said it. Do I need to repeat? No. Let us walk the talk. There are a lot of rhetorics on this earth. We'll do, but at the end of the day, my small thing which I do, combined, my weakness and the professor's strength and the strength of all of us, that is why we have been able to deliver this school. I can attest that my assessment is we are going from good, better, and the best. And now, I think in all the cohorts, you are the best. Yeah. And I believe that you are going to be the best out there. Join your negotiators. When you go back, identify who is your negotiator in your country. That is the only way you are going to be best. Go at your village. Look at who is running a FLOCA program. If you don't find one, call us. You have your numbers. Then go and tell them, me, I don't want you to pay me anything. I just want to be a volunteer. Just, you know the story of the camel? just enter your hand there. You will find yourself inside. And that is how it goes. Paja has got platforms in all the countries which are there. To be practical, go. Charles, as we have a coordinator of our platforms, as you go home by Monday, you will be connected with, all of you will be connected with our platforms. When you go there, you know some of them may fear you because you are very vibrant. Just go there silently. You know the story of the camel, just enter your hand there. We will rely on you to drive that movement. That is how practical it is. And so forth, and so forth. It is being practical, young ladies and gentlemen, and we want to see change. Change can only be driven by the young, and you have seen it happening. For those who are in Kenya, the small thing which you do is very, very fundamental. Let us co-create, but let us approach others with humility, which I believe that you have seen humility. When you see a vice chancellor wearing this kind of uniform, it's not for nothing. That is the humility which we want. It's not that he shouldn't have been here looking like Charles with a suit. No. It is because he want to be, that is the change. We want to be unconventional. We want to dismantle those conventional, colonial, lyrics. We want to dismantle those colonial mentality. Once we do that, I'm not saying that Charles is colonial, no. No. I want to see us changing. Let us be free with each other. And I've learned a very good lesson here with the Chuka University. The whole administration, the leadership, and everything. We have conducted this summer school in other universities. But let me tell you, I'm touched with the humility of Chuka University. Not only Professor Mutembe, and this is coming from deep from my heart. The connection with professor, with the students, the connection with the professor, with the staff, the connection with the professor, with all of us. I think that is abnormal. It doesn't happen that way. So you have to give credit where it is due, so that when you can learn out of that, we are going to drive change. Africa, I came from Pan-African Parliament. That's why you didn't see me here. The last 1 week, I went to speak to parliamentarians in the East African Legislative Assembly in Arusha. I went. We needed to inspire them. We need to change them. From there, it was me again in South Africa at Johannesburg with the parliamentarians from across Africa and the Pan-African Parliament. We will connect you with all those people. We want you to change them. That's why I'm telling you, you are at the right platform. But my biggest disappointment will be, no, I'm not disappointed now. My biggest disappointment for me will be if you go home and keep quiet. That will be massacre. You will be massacring us. So we want you to go there and ensure that you do at least a small thing which will now translate what you have learned, the rhetoric, the theories which you have learned into action. With those few remarks, because Charles have thanked all of you, so I will build on what he has said. I thank you, all of us. And as you go, please deliver the greetings of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance to whoever you'll meet on your way home, until your father and mother, brother and sister, the smallest unit of governance in our world. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Midika, for those very, very inspiring words. You are very lucky to hear from Midika. As you can hear, he's being sought across Africa, really, speaking in all parliaments across Africa and beyond. And indeed, if you forget anything else about Dr. Midika, remember, he has been named twice among the top 100 most influential people in the world on climate policy. So we celebrate you. Sometimes we consider him as a walking encyclopedia, you know, of climate justice. So thank you so much, Dr. Thank you. So we are now progressing on. I want to invite Professor Henry Mutebei, the Vice Chancellor of Chuka University, for his remarks. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much. Allow me first to recognize my fellow dignitaries who are on the stage today. That is Mwangi, you're doing a good job. Professor Sinedu, Executive Director, Medeka Mwenda, Mekele. Very good, Mekele from Ethiopia. My DVCs and Professor in absentia and everybody. I've just seen the fourth estate. Mr. Kaishima and the guys who are here, we also recognize you. You are very important. I don't want to go into a lot of stories, but allow me to say viva to all of you. Viva. You are very important. I'll say a few things that are from my head, then I'll say something from something that has been written, and I'll put it somewhere there. The first one is a leader, and you're going to be leaders. Don't go to war with the soldiers you wish to have, isn't it? You go to war with what you have, isn't it? Who else do we have other than you guys? Can you clap for yourselves? So it will be wishing for a donkey to be a horse, to actually expect people who have not been taught, people who have not gone through this course, to champion climate justice, isn't it? So you are the ones. Now you are 4 cohorts. You are the 4th one. You've been very good here. Can we see that goodness in you? If you went home and you massacred yourself, in fact, I want to paraphrase, you would massacre us. You can't close our voices. We will continue, but you will massacre yourself if you went and sulked, start sulking, and then you say, I don't even know why I went there. It is you. For me, using very many energetic words, what I think we have done is we have ignited this constituency here to launch a rocket. And once you launch a rocket, you don't know the destiny, isn't it? This rocket is supposed to be determined by the energy you put there, isn't it? If you put very little, your rocket will go and come back to you, isn't it? If you put a lot of energy, it is going to be a rocket for people to watch. You know, when our Gen Zs said they will occupy, I said they say they will occupy. The others, you are the ones who are saying. Leaders thought, this is a typical word, isn't it? They occupied the space, X space, until our president entered there. Isn't it? Is that, can we say, Bwana Medeka, this is our Gen Z chapter of climate justice. And it should be so strong that every president of your country will have to call you and listen to you. That is what I would really be very happy if I opened the website and found that that day you have colonized it about climate justice. The whole world will sit and say, what is this? Because leadership is about influence, isn't it? You might be a daughter or a son of very peasant farmers, isn't it? Or of nothing, isn't it? Or an orphan. But if you can influence a movement like this, everybody will call you into the table, isn't it? So, can I hear you are going to be those kind of guys? Viva you! Vas. Allow me to not read this, but this is my message from the various stakeholders about you guys. we are also marking you. Number one, from us, the stakeholders, who thought of summer school very many years back. Actually, when I met Medeka for the first time, and he was energizing me about climate things, climate justice and all that. First of all, I looked at him from the toe to the top, and I asked myself, what energy does this gentleman have really to do this? And it is not about him. I was asking, what energy does he have to do with these big-headed guys who don't actually care about tomorrow? Many of them exist, isn't it? It can be your father, your mother, and everybody. Then I said, I am very excited. We can. And we started from there. If you go to their offices, now I'm trying to also tell you the truth. If you went to their offices, they are not opulent offices, isn't it? They are not somewhere you'll find gasolers and everybody. So I said, if these guys came here and followed you, will they really give you money? Then I asked myself, does the money follow the office or it follows the actions? So you're very humble. In other words, they have a very humble way of thinking. And humility is eventually paid through what? Blessings, isn't it? Can we bless them? Throw them to them. More blessings. Now, someone talked about also, to me, how does a dream come true? You were told yesterday by Professor here, disrupt yourself. Think outside the box. Isn't it? So disrupt yourself. If you have been somebody who is looking like a robot, and you know every 5 o'clock you'll be where? Start not being there, isn't it? Meditate. Come up with ideas. Apply for those funds that you are being told. Apply for any opportunity that is there. Start an opportunity that is going to start. I'm going to tell you how Professor Wangari Maathai won a Nobel Peace Prize. She was teaching veterinary anatomy. There is no relationship between veterinary anatomy and trees, isn't it? But they used to assemble 5 of them outside her house. And every time they were ladies, they started talking about how women are suffering, going long distances to actually collect firewood, isn't it? Then he said, why don't we plant trees that can be in every farm, and their branches that our ladies can be cutting the branches, they dry off and they use it for fuel, isn't it? And that is how Bougainvillea, the Mechemas, whatever Graveria trees that you see around, they were planted in every village, every farm, through her movement. The amount of carbon sequestration these trees did attracted everybody, and she became a 2004 Nobel Peace Laureate. From that long time ago, it has accumulated. It is just like the story of the Bible of the mustard seed, isn't it? The mustard seed is very tiny, but they can multiply until everybody looks for you in your village. Said, what? This is actually what Medeka is telling you today. So you guys, you are making the dream, the framers of the climate justice, the dream is here. You've been very excellent cohort. To Chuka University, you have been our blessing. Everybody from Chuka, can you stand up? Can we bless this crowd because they have been a blessing? Can we clap for yourselves? You've been a blessing to all of us. You have also taught us, you can sit down. You have also taught us a few things. Let us disrupt the way we teach. Can we teach impactful knowledge that will affect the communities? You've been very visible. Your cultures has been very visible. I actually logged in to enjoy your cultural day here. And I could see very beautiful African faces, very beautiful global faces. And when politicians come to tell us to fight each other, then ask yourself, why were you not fighting here? Isn't it? They come, we fight each other for their benefit, isn't it? Forget about those. Anyway, let me leave it at that point. And the communities that you have been interacting with, they have told me to come and give you a message that you've been peace-loving and a family. So all the hotels that you have been and the people, they have enjoyed. And they asked me, when is the other one coming again? When are we starting the next one? So, Wanambedeka, this climate justice school must continue to be housed by the originators, isn't it? And since we gave you everything here, I hope we gave you the facilities and we left you with the autonomy to hold them. Can you stand up? This lady you see here, she is the one who has been cleaning all the areas that you have been using. Can you clap for her? We bless you, Mami. Continue doing your work. Very good work. Now, my final one is call to action. I want you guys to be actionable. Leadership is not about wearing suits. Leadership is not about occupying very big offices. Leadership is not about driving very big cars. That I reject. I reject again. Leadership is about leading people specifically to undesired action, isn't it? And eliminating cartels, and eliminating people who will basically not deliver to the head point, isn't it? That is the kind of leadership I believe in, and I'm telling you, be that kind of a leader. Reject any other that is going to be a disruptor. Just become a superhighway for people to deliver, and when they deliver, you will have delivered, isn't it? Devolve power. Devolve to everybody. Let Kanini be. Let Kanini control this place, and let this place be beautiful, isn't it? This is what I'm telling you. For climate justice, just be a leader that filled with humility, and you will be blessed. You will go far. This gentleman was just a student like you in Moi. He did not even do these things, did it? He decided to champion different from where he was. He didn't start climate justice. He actually put it to himself, and he has moved a movement that is today being enjoyed. I want to thank all of you. When you go to your villages, say hello to mom, dad, brother, sister, cousin, wife, spouse. Oh, I laughed. I didn't. Otherwise, if you don't say hello, you'll be divorced. So don't be divorced, please. And then let that mustard seed go out. I would even love this video Mwangi. Send to everybody. Let them put in their website. If you don't have one, create one. And say this one, I was associated with it. And I want to do the following one action below it. And then you start now looking for all these resource people, connect them, funders and everybody. And I'm telling you, Bill Gates will come to where you are, because you want to fund something that can influence the society. Thank you very much. Merci. Obrigado. Asanteni sana. And the Nigerian is very, very difficult. Edupe, is it? I don't know. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. God bless you, and be blessed yourself. I prophesy. Now wake up, all of you, prophesy blessings, because it's a prophetic university. Yeah. And as I do that, Karanja was my student where I came from. So I'm proud of you to find you here. He was actually in Kabete, where I was a director. So thank you very much. Can we do like this? And you follow me. These blessings are being prophesied in Chuka today, the 6th of July, 2024, and they are coming to ensure you be a recognized leader, you be a champion of climate justice, and you are going to do it because you say, I take it. All right? Again? Again? So be it, God. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our prophetic professor from Prophetic University. Thank you so much for those blessings, and we don't take that for granted. I know we have professors from other universities. I saw Dr. Nyaga and all the other professors from Chuka who are probably here, and we have not introduced them. Can you start from wherever you are? All professors from Chuka, from Embu, from other universities who are probably here. Can you start wherever you are? Thank you so very much. Let's clap for them. I can see Dr. Perry is behind there. Thank you so much. I can see all of you. Thank you so very much for your support. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. So we are progressing on, and now I want to invite our very own Mother Bekere. Mother Bekere comes from Development Initiative. She's based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and she's the Africa Lead for quality delivery from that organization, DI. So she's coming in to represent all the partners who have worked with us in this particular initiative. So, DI.
Thank you, Charles. And how do you come behind the VC when he has already energized you? So I'll try my best. And forgive me if I become a little emotional, seeing myself in you some years back, you know. If my voice cracks in the middle, forgive me. So I acknowledge the presence of Dr. Mithi Kamwenda, Executive Director of PACJA. Thank you for spearheading this amazing program. Professor Henry Mutembe, Vice Chancellor of Chuka University. Thank you, and his professor colleagues and other colleagues as well for hosting us. And then I also want to acknowledge on the podium Professor Chinedu Igwe from the National Universities Commission Abuja, Nigeria, and all protocols observed, including those online. I want to recognize our IT people. Thank you so much for the wonderful work, and also our lovely, beautiful sign interpreter here who made it possible for inclusion. So, African sisters and brothers and Nepal, good afternoon. To the participants, you now know and you have been trained to recognize injustice in climate finance, in global health, in gender, and in many more matters of climate. But you are also equipped with the knowledge and skill to push back in advocacy, in producing data and evidence, to be unapologetic when you hold neo-colonialists to account. You've been exposed to the idea that we need to decolonize our minds. We need to decolonize our systems, our ways of thinking, the values that we are holding, our beliefs. So my message would be, when someone tells you something, interrogate, 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 until it makes sense to you. My friends, I implore you strongly to ignore and forget the naysayers. You will meet even fellow Africans who will tell you you're up against a wall. They will tell you that what you are pushing for, in this case, climate justice, which is social justice, is futile, that your efforts are in vain. But I want to remind you, you are here for a reason. There is a reason why you are in this space. There is something different about you. There is something special about you. In other words, I know there is fire in you. Take care of that fire. Take care of that passion. You will also meet naysayers in the form of African sellouts. Those who are slaves to capitalism, to materialism, and neoliberal thinking. And that's why we are here, fighting this injustice caused by capitalism, greed, neoliberalism. Okay? There are those who try to kill the Africa dream. But I want to take you back to history, actually to America, to Malcolm X, yeah? Who identified two types of Negroes, if you know. There is the house Negro, and there is the field Negro. The house Negro usually lived close to his master. He dressed like his master. He wore his master's second-hand clothes. He ate food that his master left on the table, and he lived in his master's house. That's why he's called the house Negro. But what makes him different from all other Negroes is that whenever that house Negro identified himself, he always identified himself in the same sense that his master did. When the master would be sick, the house Negro identified himself so much with the master's sickness, he would say, "What is the matter, boss? Are we sick?" And there are the field Negroes. When the master got sick, Malcolm X said, they prayed that he would die. If his house caught on fire, they would pray for a wind to come along and fan the flames. Why did I go back to history, borrowing from strugglers in the past? Because I want to ask you, my friends, will you be a conformist or a disruptor? Will you be wavering or unapologetically convicted to stand up for justice, to stand up for climate justice, to stand up for Africa, for its prosperity? Will you, at your personal capacity, for instance, denounce materialism and embrace sustainability and minimalism? My younger brothers and sisters, you came here to challenge the global system. Don't forget that. When you are championing for climate justice, you are challenging the global economic order, the way it is organized. Surely, by now you must know that there is something systematically wrong in this world set against us. Moreover, you do realize by now that they don't care about us. Don't fool yourselves. My friends, even if they don't care about us, they love what we have, and there lies our power. So my last message to you before I move to Pakja would be, please take care of that fire, fan that fire. Don't let anyone convince you to calm down, not to be angry. It's okay to be angry. It means you recognize something is not right. Move with passion, fight for climate justice, for social justice. We are here, all of us, all the resource persons as well as partner organizations to support you. Make us proud. The first day when I stood before you on Monday, I said, along with other resource persons, we are here to radicalize you, and I hope we did that. To Pakja, my hope is for you to continue to galvanize and ignite hundreds and thousands of young Africans into action and activism. But in parallel, I also hope that you grow the program to offer a degree at the master's level. So that, yeah, you produce practitioners in the field of climate diplomacy, in the field of climate finance. You are not going to wait for an organization sitting in the global north to tell you what evidence is out there. We need to produce climate policy makers for our nations and for this continent. For this, of course, the VC has been proposing the university to host it, but in principle, that's what I'm saying, you'll need to find a credible African university that can award the certificate as you train the young African women and men. Lastly, congratulations to everyone for making it this far. We are grateful for the grace. I wish you all well as you head to your respective destinations. Travel safely in English. Bon voyage. Safari njema. Viagens seguras. Yes, thank you very much.
I think she deserves a better clap, eh? I've known Mother for quite some time, but I didn't know she's also a philosopher, so I've only known the climate finance part of her. So thank you so much, Mother, for that, and you represented all our colleagues and partners whom we work within the region. We'll continue recognizing various people here. Can I ask all the package staff to start, wherever you are? Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance staff, wherever you are. Kaidri, start up. Let's applaud them. Kaidri. There is a saying in Swahili which goes, ukiona vierea vimeundwa. If you see that ship floating in the ocean, somebody has done some good work on it. So we thank this team. They're the engineers behind this. So thank you so much. You may take your seat. We now move on. We want to recognize the presence of all right, and of course, the joint committee, the entire committee. Let's see the entire committee. The entire committee for Nairobi Summer School for Climate Justice again. Pacha, Ebu, all the universities, Chuka. Let's start from wherever you are. All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, we appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Thank you. We'll continue appreciating people as we progress. Thank you. Now, I want now to move on to our online speakers. And we want to recognize the presence of Caro Osero Agengo. And this is another powerful lady of this soil. She's a Global Initiatives Lead, an Africa regional representative from an organization called HelpAge. But most importantly, this lady steered the entire world as the co-chair of the United Nations Civil Society Conference that happened in Nairobi for the first time in Sub-Saharan Africa in 67 years. So she led all the civil societies in the world, in that particular conference. So, Caro, Kaidri, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles, for the very kind introduction. I have suffered a sore throat, and my voice is just coming back from wherever it left. So let me just start by standing on existing protocol, but sending a shout out in the language of the youth who are gathered here today to the Vice Chancellor of Chuka University and all your faculty, to Her Excellency Joyce Banda, the former President of Malawi, and to my very good friend, Dr. Mithika Mwenda, and all the PACJA staff represented, who you have just seen, and last but by no means least, the cohort number 4 of this Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, and not forgetting the development partners that have made this sitting possible. I start from a place of deep regret that I am not in that space, as I have watched the proceedings from the screen, the confines of my computer screen. I feel a little left out. I've got FOMO, as you would say, fear of missing out, as I'm not taking part in the Mexican wave, and I'm also not enjoying being present with all of you that are bringing such good energy into the space. It is quite humbling to be invited to speak at this very interesting session. I attended the award ceremony before then online, and it's quite enlightening to see what has been going on. So I want to speak very quickly to 3 issues. I work with HelpAge International, which works on the rights, well-being, and dignity of older people. And for the young people here, I was once a young person. I'm Gen X, but I identify as Gen Z. When the Gen Zs were born, I was clearly Gen X. I was clearly Gen Z then, And I used to run on the streets. But now, even with Kaluma, I will not go to the streets, and I will rely on the Gen Z to take our message forward. But even as I say that, I want to say that I want to interest the Gen Z in this space on an issue that is personal, but is also very, very global. And that is the issue of aging, which is what I work on from day to day, from 8 to 5. There are two disruptors in the world today that have been recognized, and that is climate change and population aging. Climate change is getting a lot of attention. Population aging is not, but I'm not jealous in any way because I see many areas of collaboration and coordination. And so we know that people are living longer, people are working longer, the facilities are available, research is giving us more to hold on to so that people can live longer. So for every young person in the room today, you are an older person in waiting, and therefore it is in your interest to also speak to the issues of aging as you speak to the issues of climate change. The changes that you're working on today will not be felt by the older people today. It will be felt by you as older people of tomorrow. In 2050, 1 in 6 people will be older, and by then, all this that you have put into effect today, the foundations you have laid around climate action and climate justice, we believe we will be reaping the benefits in 2050. If God is gracious to some of us, will be there, but if not, you are the ones who will be taking forward the benefits of your action. But even saying that, I want to say that nobody should despise your youth right now. Nobody should despise or try and muzzle your voice. As the youth, you have a right to speak. You have a right, you have an opinion. Bring it forth. Bring the knowledge that you have gained from this Pakja summer school. Bring it to the table with confidence because it is your right. Pakja has been resourceful. Take forward, stay connected with that resource. You have the internet, make use of it and coordinate. You've made very good contacts, keep those contacts alive and make sure that you are investing for your future as older people with the voice that you have today as youth. And to pivot quickly to what is known as the Summit of the Future, which is the basis upon which I was the co-chair of the 69th UN Civil Society Conference, which was in support of the Summit of the Future. I'm sorry, my voice is not normally like this. I feel like I'm speaking in starts and stops, but it's because I'm losing breath because of the illness that I've suffered recently. So the Summit of the Future will take place in September in New York, and it was very instructive that the Nairobi conference happened in Africa, and we want to ride on that wave to continue leveraging the power that sits on this continent, the resources, the wealth, the youth. You are our power. We want to leverage that even as we move to the Summit of the Future, and we hope that you'll be able to join us in some of the initiatives that we have put forth in consultation and collaboration with PACJA and other organizations. So the Summit of the Future will bring forth what is known as the Pact for the Future, and the Pact has 5 chapters. The first one is on sustainable development, second one is on international peace and security, the third one is on digital evolution and technology, the fourth one, which should be of great interest to you, is on future generations, and then the fifth one is on transformative governance. If you look at all those, climate change sits on each and every one of them, because for sustainable development to happen, we cannot turn our backs on the realities of climate change, and that also influences the finance for development, which will be a driver for sustainable development. peace and security, the conflicts around our continent are mainly resource-based. If you go to the root of them, it's around how we control land, access to land, and the land use, which is also linked to environmental degradation, which reduces the resource that sits with the land, that then the people cannot be able to share and have enough resources from the land because of environmental degradation. And so if we go down to technology, we must use technology to address the issues of climate action. The future generations had already touched on it, and that if we are to secure the planet for the future, then we must address climate change, and we must address it in meaningful ways. And of course, transformative governance must of necessity also include climate change. And so the summit, just ahead of the summit, we will have the Youth Action Day that has put out a very strong statement that we still believe in the promise of a better future for all, and has asked the question, do you? If you do, please tap into that resource. The Youth Action Day will happen on the 20th of September, and you have an opportunity to engage. Up to the 10th of July, you can apply for funding to attend the Youth Action Day. But apart from that, there'll also be other opportunities for the youth to collaborate with governments, between themselves as young people, with civil society, with businesses and more. And we want to elevate the youth voice in the multi-sectoral space where we leave nobody behind. And again, it has been said over and over again from the speakers who came before me, and I'm not going to repeat it, but I want to give it a twist and say, if you stand for nothing, you will fall for everything. You must put your stand clearly and bring it forward. For us who are in the other spaces, and especially those who have gone ahead from an age perspective, it is our responsibility to open those doors for you so that whatever you stand for, we give you the space to be able to articulate it in the spaces that are normally closed to youth voices. And so I want to stop there and just urge you to keep up the good work, and to make sure that you do not forget what you have learned in the last couple of weeks, and to build on it, because even the presidents of today were young people at one point. They got a chance. Take this chance and do not take it lightly. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you, Park Jeff, for the opportunity.
Thank you so very much, Carol, for that excellent presentation, and thank you for reminding us that the Summit of the Future is coming. And ladies and gentlemen, you know that the time frame for SDGs is coming to an end in 2030. And now we are looking forward to what we are calling the Pact of the Future. And therefore, that Summit of the Future in New York in September is a crucial moment for us. How are we going to engage as young people to ensure that we design the future that we want to see? Because the future belongs to us. Remember, the most crucial asset you have is time. She's told you that we are aging, and instead of sitting there and watching the clock, can you just do what the clock does? It keeps on moving. Keep moving until we reach there. Now, I want to take this opportunity now to invite our very own, our mentor, who has been mentoring us in the course of this particular program, and that is Professor Chinedum Mojeba from the National University Commission of Abuja, who is also the former Vice-Chancellor of Federal University Dufu Arike, Nigeria. Can we welcome him with Igwe? Igwe! Igwe!
Thank you very much, dear friends. I'll be very brief. My brother Mitika, you first mentioned this idea at the COP in 2019. So much has happened. Before any contemporary religion in Africa, we had religions all over. We had religious people. And so we came to this University of Prophecy. Mr. Vice Chancellor, what you did not know is that this university was founded by a Nigerian. Yes. And so in the last 2 days, people are asking me, this Chuka University, was it built by an Igbo man there? Because Chuka is an Igbo word. So I said, no, it's a public university. You don't want to know what Chuka means in English? Yes. Chuka is Chukuka. God above everything else. That's what it means. That's what Chuka means in my language. God above everything else.
Above everything else.
That's what Chuka means.
Oh.
And yeah, that's what it means. And you know, God is with Pakja.
Yes.
When we met in Naivasha in January, and he brought this idea of moving out of Nairobi, that was God.
Yeah.
Because if we were in Nairobi in this period,
What
would it have been like? It could only have been God. God above everything else.
Yeah.
And everyone has said that this summer school is the best so far. We've always had very good young Africans come. But because we are outside Nairobi, people are not sneaking out to go shopping. So that is it. I want to thank you. You are a great guy and God is with you. Bidika, I thank you. The God of Africa is with you. Pakcha, you are great. I have nothing more to say but to remind those of you who missed out what we did in Agric yesterday. I mean, we're Africans. We can dance, can't we? Yeah. That song we danced to yesterday. David, are you there? You remember the song yesterday? Those in Agric? The rest can join us. Come on.
Matters climate change. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome none other than His Excellency, Ambassador Mohammed Ari.
Well, good morning, all. Good morning, the youth of Africa. And let me recognize the Executive Secretary of PACJA, my friend Wanda Ndika, and the Vice Chancellor, and all the dignitaries who are there. I greet you from Rabat, Morocco, where where I've been for the last few days on an assignment that is involving a number of other African initiatives. The day before yesterday, I was a guest of honor also for an African youth hub that is led by an institution that is based here in Morocco. And yesterday also I attended a function that is coordinated by the Moroccan International Cooperation Agency that was training a number of Africans from the Francophone countries on climate diplomacy. I was also here on the launch of a new program that is supported by a number of development partners on adaptation, incubation for Africa. So thank you very much, Dr. Ndika and the team, and congratulations to all of you who have gone through the summer school. It gives us a lot of pleasure and expectation to see so many young, enthusiastic Africans and others from other parts of the world. I had the young lady from Nepal earlier during the closing session. So it gives us a lot of encouragement to see young persons getting inducted and encouraged and enthusiastic about climate. As you all have heard during your training this last few days, climate is the biggest existential challenge of the world today. However, as we said during the Africa Climate Summit that was held in Nairobi last year, climate is also the biggest opportunity for the world. And for Africa, we've moved away from the cry and the lamentation about the impacts of climate change and to focus on the opportunities that climate change offers for our continent. As our leadership have said during the Africa Climate Summit last year, Africa has the ambition as well as the potential to transform the world and to decarbonize the entire world. And it's you young persons of Africa and young persons of the world really who can help us achieve that target. You are aware I suppose you have been told that every single month, 4 million young Africans are joining the job market. In our own country, in Kenya, where you are today, it's 1 million young Kenyans joining the labor market every year. All these require opportunities and development. Climate justice, of course, is important and necessary. However, it is climate action that supersedes everything. And climate action comes through innovation, technology. In the Africa Youth Climate Hub that I mentioned earlier, that I attended 2 days ago here in Rabat in Morocco, I was so impressed with the innovation of young Africans coming up with new ideas to transform and to transform themselves and to transform the economies and come up with innovations that are going to help Africa and the world. I witnessed the presentation of a young Kenyan who is using agro waste, particularly from bananas, to produce paper, and he's already patenting his technology. I've witnessed the innovation of a young guy from Morocco who's produced and patented biofertilizers that is already marketing in Africa and beyond. And I've seen a young girl from Tunisia that is producing also biofertilizers and many other such innovations. There was a young Kenyan also who was one of the finalists who's using technology, robots, to address the issue of carbon markets and carbon credits. This is the kind of innovation that we look forward to seeing from the young persons who have undergone the summer school. There is enormous opportunity, no doubt. Climate requires action from all of us. Climate requires innovation from all of us. Yes, we must continue to push for climate justice. Yes, we must continue to demand the rights of Africa and the other developing worlds that are impacted excessively by climate impacts that they have not contributed to. But however, it is an opportunity for all of us to stand up and to make innovations and to make a difference. Difference comes from the actions of each and every one of us. Today, as you are aware, and I had Dr. Midika mention it, the world is moving away from fossil fuels. The world is moving away from internal combustion engines. Many countries in the developed world have already started producing and demanding that only EVs, electric vehicles, become the future. Our continent has the highest potential of renewable energy, yet our continent is the darkest continent in the world. 600 million of us don't have access to electricity. 1 billion Africans don't have access to clean cooking. Yet we pride ourselves of having the biggest potential of clean energy. Why is this? I think those answers need to come from new young persons who have gone through this training to transform Africa, so that we stop lamentations and crying and transform our continent and change the livelihoods and lives of all of us. Mine is just to congratulate all of you and to encourage you to continue practicing what you've learned. Under the African group of negotiators, we are looking for young, enthusiastic, passionate individuals to come and take over from the elderly persons like myself and lead the negotiations in the African continent, for the African continent. We are encouraging you, and I want to request ACCER to continue training more and more beyond the initial training, to prepare yourselves so that you come and participate fully in the negotiations that is shaping the global community and the global discourse on climate change. As we go to Baku this year, in November, I will be excited and delighted to see some of you coming through the badges and registration of your countries to come and join us in the negotiations, in the negotiation rooms, so that you can voice your positions regarding different aspects of climate change. So mine is once again to thank you all. I am in a public place where there's a lot of noise. Apologies for that. But wishing you all well as you resume back your daily activities in your respective countries, and look forward to engaging with yourselves. I invite you all to join the Africa Group of Negotiators. I'm informed that a young man, Julius, who is sitting next to you there, Julius was one such young trainee through the summer school and other processes. And today, I'm so delighted that Julius is a lead negotiator on matters of finance. A few days from now, he'll be accompanying me to go to Baku to go and push the agenda of Africa on matters of climate finance for Africa. The same can be with from yourselves. So join us, come up, and looking forward to working with all yourselves. Asanteni sana, and bon voyage to all yourselves. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. A big round of applause. Thank you, Your Excellency, Ambassador Ari. That is a man to watch. That is the most important man in Africa when it comes to climate negotiations. He's carrying the entire Africa on his back. He's one we are looking forward to as we head to Baku, to articulate and to support the African agenda, to negotiate the African agenda at the COP. So, Ambassador, we are behind you, and we have trained 300 young people who are going to support you with this business. Thank you so very much. Now, we are moving on, and we are almost coming to the end. We wanted to finish this program, Ari, so that we can take Ari Ranch and proceed to your respective destinations and to Nairobi for the international participants. But to finish this particular session, I want to invite who is in our presence spiritually, or should I say in spirit, the former president of Malawi, Her Excellency Dr. Joyce Banda. And Dr. Joyce Banda is not just the former president of Malawi, but she is the Ross and Damage Ambassador for PACJA. We invited her in Nairobi, I think last year. She came to Nairobi, and she left as the ambassador of Ross and Damage for PACJA after signing some memorandum of agreement with her in her office. And since then, she has been really supporting our agenda. She doesn't miss our meetings. She was supposed to be here at the opening of the summer school, but then you know what happened in Malawi. Malawi lost their vice president, and we really in deep sympathy with Malawi for that. And again, today there is a national celebration again in Malawi. She couldn't travel. Happy birthday, Malawi! Thank you so very much. So she sent a signed statement, a side message dedicated for you. And to read that statement is none other than our very own Champiana delivering the presidential message. And because it's a prophetic university, who knows whether we are prophesying something for Champiana. She can also lead this country at some point.
Thank you very much. I stand upon already laid protocols, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, and dear friends. Good afternoon. Bonjour. Bon dia. I, Champiana, a daughter of the indigenous Borana people of northern Kenya, am honored to stand before you here today to read the speech from the office of the former President of the Republic of Malawi, Dr. Joyce Banda. And she starts, distinguished climate justice summer school participants. I wish I could deliver this message in person, but due to circumstances beyond my control, I am writing to congratulate you all for your active participation at this year's Climate Justice Summer School. I would like to commend the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance for this initiative and for bringing you all together from your respective countries. This fourth cohort couldn't have been organized at a better time than now. Few weeks ago, Kenya witnessed one of the worst flooding in her history. My country, Malawi, has a long way to go to recover from destruction inflicted by Cyclone Freddy that left over 1,000 people dead, 2 million people displaced, and over 600,000 houses destroyed. Other African countries have also in recent days suffered human and infrastructural destruction due to climate change-induced weather events. Climate change meetings are not a deliverable in themselves. That's why we should soon be having the 29th meeting of the Conference of Parties to be held in Baku, Azerbaijan. Very little is happening, if any, as regards to implementing what is agreed in such conferences. Pledged financial resources to enhance Africa and Global South climate change adaptation, mitigation, and resilience are held up in necessary bureaucracy, leaving unnecessary bureaucracy, leaving countries at the front line of further being exposed to climate change-induced calamities. The future of Africa rests on your shoulders. The 2063 agenda of the African Union and other national development aspiration documents prescribe a future to be lived by you. It is your proactive action on matters that threaten our survival, like climate change, and the demand for climate justice that will assure a better place for future generations. I'm sure you will be returning to your respective countries enlightened and energized to be a force for good. As a continent, we cannot continue to blame the global north for triggering climate change. We have a responsibility to actively participate in saving ourselves. We shall therefore need to strengthen our collaboration with such like-minded partners to ensure that a continent we adapt, mitigate climate change effects, and most importantly, achieve resilience. I therefore wish you all the best as you travel on this life-fulfilling journey. Climate change is real, and we must demand climate justice now. Dr. Joyce Banda, former President of the Republic of Malawi and a Pan-African climate justice champion. Thank you.
Can we get standing ovation for Her Excellency Joyce Banda? Thank you so very much. Thank you. You may remain seated now. You may take your seats. Thank you, Champi, for delivering that wonderful message from Joyce Banda. All right, thank you so much. We recognize the presence of Dr. Maurice Pendo from FROCA. We acknowledge you, sir, and recognize your presence. I want to give apologies for Dr. Ezekiel Lesmore. He was actually online, but again, he had to run very quickly for an emergency, but he's together with us. So thank you so much. We're now progressing on, perhaps in the most important session, where we are going to award you your certificates, but we also want to appreciate those who have sent some messages online. We have received very, very beautiful messages online. I don't know whether, Dave, you can read just one or two messages, if that is possible. All right, I think because of time, we may not be able to do that. So before I invite my colleague, Philip, to take us through the next session, we want to do one Mexican wave again. Are we good? Very well. So at the count of 3, we are going to start. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so very much. Before my panel takes the floor, and before I invite Philip Kironzo from PACJA, and again Professor Gilbert, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of this university, to come and read us through that session, I want to invite the Vice Chancellor because he has to confirm whether you actually qualify to graduate. So he's going to announce that. So that is also recorded, and then Kironzo and Professor Gilbert we take the floor. So, Professor Kaidre, come forward. And Kironzo too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is to do the noble university task and say, by the powers conferred to me by the Senate of the University of Chuka, I hereby declare that you have gone through the 2 weeks course of summer school, and you are hereby ready for conferment of the certificate. Thank you very much.
I have the honor to present to you the foreign graduates for the conferment of blah, blah, blah. Let me... Okay, let me invite my colleague so that he can organize us so that we proceed. Kindly.
Well, apologies for that quick interruption, sir. You'll get your certificates. I know you're all looking after your certificates. But in the process of the 2 weeks, we realized there is skill, there is talent in this room. Actually, we cannot harness it. Even if we wanted to harness the talent, that will be another summer school for talent harnessing for the whole week. So we want to give 10 minutes strictly for talent. We want to see what kind of talents came out. I know there was a lot of collaboration in creating the talents. I was requested for 25 minutes. I said 10 minutes. And to do that, with a lot of humility, I will dismantle the front bench. Apologies. I'll do that. Then once we've seen the talent, we will quickly shift to the certificate, the issuing of the certificate, together with Professor Gilbert. That's the session that we'll move into. So let me be helped with removing a few of the seats. Let's reduce the number of seats. I just need 2 seats. The rest can move out, only 2 seats. And then the team with talent, your time begins now. Sylvia, where is your team? The team that aired the skit, your time begins now and is counted. Hello, the team that aired talent, the team that was showcasing talent, I know you are out there. Please note that your time begins now and is counted 10 minutes. Because the world does not wait for people. If you don't want to come forward, in my country, where I come from, we are good singers. So I can sing for you. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, we have a small performance. Wait, relax and see.
My name is Earth. I am the 3rd planet of the solar system in the Milky Way. I was made and structured to accommodate life, whether on land or on water.
J'hébergerai bien toute la faune et la flore comme je l'ai toujours fait. Mais comment le faire maintenant?
How could I fulfill that now? I am in distress. I am forced to endure temperatures that I never knew before. I am exhausted. I am crumbling. I am bleeding from consumerism and mankind's activities. Self-centeredness and greed are killing my climate system. I have been sending signals for centuries, and my cry has long been ignored by many. Yet my tears hurt everything and everyone inside me. See mankind struggle and all of biodiversity agony.
Oceans warming, sea level rises, extreme weathers, droughts, floods, storms, fires, earthquakes, landslides, injustice, inequality.
Ay, help, help, Muntabare, help, Aled, Ajuda, Ayuda, Saiduni. There are deadly floods and landslides. My house is down. I don't have anything left. The extent to which we are experiencing this is unprecedented. Climate change is affecting us all. You,
Aye, oh, help me, help me. Munisaidie serikali. Water invaded my house. My youngest child is taken away by the flood. My child is gone. My child is killed by the effects of climate change.
Can you hear the people crying? Some are here and some are gone.
Going through hell, left with nothing. Oh, what pain, how it hurts. Our community is hit by disasters. Infrastructure is being destroyed. Families are grieving. There are chaos everywhere. Entire heritages are under the threat of disappearing. Species are in extinction. This is due to climate change. And if we do not do anything, we will not be able to survive. Woe to those who deny or undermine climate change. Shame on those who refuse to take adequate action. Not acting, preparing for worse. Not acting, preparing for us. We need action now. We need action now. Not acting, preparing for us. Not acting, preparing for us. We need action now. We need action now. Justice, climate justice. Now, now, climate justice. Justice, climate justice. Now, now, climate justice. This is a war waged on self, one we can only win if we fight as one. So rise, world, to save earth. Rise, world, stand as one, one for all and all for one. Before it's too late, rise, world, we say justice, climate,
climate justice.
Now, now,
Now, now,
climate,
climate justice.
justice,
Justice.
climate,
Climate justice.
When do we want it? It's now.
Now, now.
Hey,
Climate justice.
say French, justice, justice climatique. Maintenant,
Maintenant.
justice,
Climatique.
justice, justice climatique.
Climatique.
Maintenant, justice, justice, climat, Adala, Adala. Say Arabic, Munahia, Adala, Munahia, Adala, Munahia, Adala, Adala. C'est une petite justice, justice climatique. Agora, justiça, justiça climática. Agora, em Swahili sema haki, haki ya mazingira, haki, haki ya mazingira, haki ya mazingira, sema haki, Arabic, adala, 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 munahia, adala, 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 munahia, adala, adala, munahia, munahia, adala, adala, munahia. Say justice, justice, climate justice. Now, climate justice. What do you want? Climate justice. What do you want? Climate justice. When do you want it? Now. When do you want it? Now. What do you want? Climate justice. What do you want? Climate justice. When do you want it? Now. When do you want it? Now. The people united can never be defeated. The people united can never be defeated. The people united can never be defeated. Say it. The people united can never be defeated. Thank you.
Welcome back to Kenya next time.
Thank you so much. Let's settle. Where is Yes, we've been very happy and celebrating. First, let's give an applause. There is to the team. Secondly, let's give a special applause to a facilitator who was running throughout the process. The lady who was translating for the blind, for the, let's do that special applause. This is the only lady who listened to each and everything that was said. And who understood each and everything that was said. I am doing a bit of advocacy. Prof and Dr. Midika, in case you have not signed certificate for this lady, she needs a bigger certificate. Is it there? Beautiful, beautiful. I felt like it's important to recognize her because she was the running script throughout. I know you had a student that was actually benefiting from the process. Please take the podium. Many a times when we are deciding our own things, we do not, again, promote inclusion. We've sung climate justice. When do we want it? We need it now, urgently, now. But we also need to understand. We will need to hear a version of that song demonstrated through action. In brief, you can start. Justice. Let's see it with sign language. Oh, now we've got all to do this. Hold on. I've seen justice is like this. Is it like this? This justice. Justice.
If. Yeah. Justice. We need it now. What do we need? Climate justice now. What do we need? Climate justice now. When do we need it? Now. Viva! Gen Z, viva! Gen Z, viva! Thank you. We appreciate you all, people from Pakja. Thank you for giving us this time to be here. We appreciate you all.
Thank you so much. We were given powers to execute what should be executed. I have Professor Gilbert with me. We are giving you a potent certificate. Let me just emphasize, potent. Potent because it has the academy in it, and it challenges you to continue looking at the books. Potent in the sense that it's a certificate that ignites your activism. So it's carrying two elements. You must remain seriously trained on what is going on in the academic world, but also trained on the activist world. Those are the two elements that we are giving you in the potent certificate that we are going to issue to you today. Now, if we were to issue certificates for all, you can agree with me, we'll finish at 3. Hello? Do we want to finish at 3? We can vote, but I can hear the no has come first before the yes. So I go by the no. So we picked a few representatives for purposes of issuing these certificates. Just symbolism, okay? Those who will not get their certificate is out there, is safely out there. So I urge your patience and please clap for your friend. Even when your friend is picking the certificate, it's like your certificate. When your friend is picking the certificate, it's like, Gilbert, you want us to proceed?
I greet you. Teresa was one of the faculty. I think we also need to recognize the faculty of Palja Cohort 4, all those who presented, or rather were teaching the graduates, because for graduates to graduate, they must have been taught. And the Vice Chancellor has confirmed they have taught well, and therefore a congregation of Palja Cohort 4 has been constituted legally, and so by all the powers granted by the Senate of Chuka University, and in representation of other universities, because we are in partnership with them, we have the honor to call your names. Kadri, let me say, when we call your name, come over here, and then the people, we will ask the people who are presenting so that the camera can be able to take you, so that we are facing that side. You come here so that you receive your certificate while the cameras are looking at you. So you come quickly, and so prepare yourselves. But before I do that, let me remind you of the words of 2 Timothy chapter 2, verses 2. They say this, on behalf of the faculty, let me say this, because they are words in the Bible or in a scripture. and the things you have heard of me, go and teach other qualified men, and I will say with women and youths, that will also be qualified to teach others also. So be men and women of action. What do we want to do when we live here? We be men and women of action. What we need is that you don't go with a certificate and just be happy that you have graduated. Go and do something so that you put life in what you have actually learned from here. So I would request in this space to invite first and foremost my Vice Chancellor, Professor Henry Mutembe, and he will present the following candidates. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Let's have Sheila Jebet Koech.
Sheila Jebet Koech, by the powers conferred to me, I give you this certificate to do all that appertains to the training.
Okay. The next is Kwathi Walie Loveline. Kwali Walie Loveline.
Kwadi is in
Kwathi,
absentia.
kindly, when I call you, come quickly. Not yet.
We can
Go to the
confer
next
in
one.
absentia, isn't it?
Oh,
See how
she's
she's,
come.
oh.
All right.
Maybe you're not pronouncing the name properly.
Kwath Warie Loveline. Huh?
Yeah, it's the way it is.
Oh, it's Malia. Okay.
Kwadi Marie Loveline. We confer you this certificate and put it into action.
The next is Dana Tom Abib. Dana Tom Abib. Yes. It is Ba. Okay. The next one is Ba Alion. Ba Alion. Yes. You can give him another.
When you go to Mauritania, make sure this is put in action. And the powers of the Climate Justice Summer School, I confer you this very potent certificate to you. Thank you so much.
The next is Amalia Salandeligas. Amalia Salandeligas. Yes. Now that's the fine one. From where? Okay. Now, Dr. Medika, kindly, you'll be the next after this. Puerto Rico. Okay. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. I have the honor to introduce to you the Director of PAJA, Medika, kindly there. Yes. Now, the next one is Alenda Daniela Campos. Alenda Daniela Campos. Congratulations.
Is that the Linda? So there used to be a president called President Moi. So in those years, he was the vice chancellor of all universities in Kenya.
He was the chancellor.
He was the chancellor. So everywhere, he used to be the only one who can confer a degree. So I will just do what he used to do, but on Nairobi Summer School.
Yes.
So by my power and that of entire Nairobi Summer School on climate justice, and Chuka University.
Chuka University.
I give you power
To do all that
to
appertains.
go and do what appertains to this
this degree.
certificate. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
congratulations. The next one is Simpson Kapembe. Simpson Kapembe. Simpson, mbio mbio mbio. Kijana barbaru, haraka. Yes, Simpson Kapembe. Now give the power.
Aya. By my power and that of entire Nairobi
university.
Summer School and Chuka University, I give you power to do whatever appertains to this certificate. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
And the next one is Faith Chemgeno Blessed. Faith Chemgeno Blessed. Yes, Faith mbio mbio.
Faith, Chepngeno, blessed, we bless you by my power and that of Nairobi Summer School on climate justice. I give you power to do what appertains this certificate. Thank you very much.
The next is Zo Lazavimbelo Faraheri.
Madagascar.
Madagascar. Karibu sana. Yes, congratulations. Makofi. Makofi, yes. Yes.
This man, his country, you don't know, is very unique country because the president is a DJ. Yes. So, Mr. Zo Razalibelo Farah Harry, by my power and to that of entire Nairobi Summer School on climate justice and Chuka University, I give you power to go and greet for us the President Rajolina and tell him that you have the only unique power to lead climate justice movement in Madagascar. May God bless you. Thank
The next
you.
one is Melissa Stevana Samendi. Yeah, Makofi. Karibu, karibu. Cecils. Makofi kwake jameni.
Seychelles, the land of the beauty. She is beautiful. Now, Marisa Stevana Semendi, by my power, and to that of entire Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice and Chuka University, we give you power to lead, go and lead climate justice movement in the entire of the highland of Seychelles. May God bless you.
Thank you so much. Asante sana,
Thank you.
Dr. Metheka. Now I request Martha Bekere kindly come over and present this certificate to Ali Mustafa Al-Tuati Al-Kuldi. Ali Mustafa Al-Kuati Al-Kurdi. Karibu sana. Yes. This is Libya. Okay. Hey. Welcome. Yeah, there is. Yeah, the next one is Sitanye Astawes Bante Kasenya. Kasengu. Yeah. Huh? Oh, okay. Let's bring it to her. Yes, yes. Where? Oh. Yes. Congratulations, Jamani. Clap for her. Great. Great. That is good. Karabo. Take me, Martha. Yeah. Okay. Karibu sana. The next one is Karabo Manewa. Yes. Yeah? South Africa. South Africa. Makofi. Yeah, give a round of applause. Yes. South Africa. Ah, viva South Africa, viva. Yes. The other one is Beatriz Zeka Chico Malia. Mozambique. Mozambique, Makofi. Malia. Chico Maria. Where is she? Oh, okay. Welcome. Yes. Welcome. No, this is the other side. Okay. Then we move now to Professor Tina. Okay. Thank you so much. I honor you. I now want to invite Professor Senedu Igwe. Karibu sana. Igwe with the powers. I want to bereave you of the experience of doing this. Rentonis Labia Asia. Labia. Huh? Algeria. Welcome. Yes. Welcome. That side. Face the camera. Teresa Tuliuski Sauti Anna. Huh? Canada. Wow, God, yes. Welcome. Brazil. Oh, yes, Brazil. The land of football. Makofi Jamani. Nepal. And now this one from Nepal, Suriti Shah. Yes, Karibu from, yes, Karibu. Nepal. Congratulations. Nepal. Okay. Now we request, thank you, sir. Thank you for the one. We now invite Julia's Betty to come. Karanja. Karib. Yes. Yeah. He's still single. Okay. Come. Okay, as he comes, please come over here. Hidibato do Nascimento. From where? Nascimento. Cape Verde. Makofi kwa Cape Verde. Yes, we have now Rinoron Abdallah. Abdallah, oh yes. Yeah? From Comoros. Yes. Oh, just a moment. Mauritius. Comoros. Yes, Comoros is here. That one. And then we have Eku. Okay. Golda Oldonon. Benin. Yes. Okay. Professor Guido. Okay. Yes. After this, Professor Guido set his up. Yes. Congratulations. Yes. Thank you, sir. I want to welcome Professor Guido to come. Is he there? Guido. Professor Guido, Eunice. Oh, no. Eunice Guido. No. Professor Eunice Gidai, welcome here. Kindly. This is my fellow DVC. Yes. This is Rasirie Kwira Ne Daiwala. Rasiria Ne Daiwala. From where? From Mali. Can we celebrate Mali? Yay! Mali! Yes. Congratulations. Yes. Caspar Bogba Kaulonia. Kaulonia. Cameroon. Makofi kwa Cameroon. Let us celebrate Cameroon. Yay! Munezelo Zandete, Burundi. Eh? Cadet. Yes. Burundi, we celebrate Burundi. We celebrate Burundi. Clap for him. Yes. Yes. That's okay. Yeah, thank you, Prof. Can I have now Charles Mwangi come over here? I have the honor to present this degree. I have Victor Karanja Ndegwa. Victor Karanja Ndegwa, we celebrate you, Makofi. Run, 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 your kijana barubaru bwana. Yes. Yes. And then we have Mary Karaoke Wanjiko. Mary Karaoke Wanjiko, mbio mbio. Mary Karaoke Wanjiko. Oh, ndio huyu, yeah. Pigieni makofi jamani, celebrate her. This is another climate change advocate, justice advocate. Yes. Okay. Okay. Yes. And Paul Manyang Apadit. Paul Manyang Apadit is also South Sudan. Yes. Can we celebrate South Sudan, Germany? Yeah. I call an issue. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you, Sana. And now I have Sagol Osman Abdi. Sagol Osman Abdi, Burundi. I give you all powers to do all that pertains to this certificate. Yes. Oh, yes. 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 Congratulations. I have the honor to also ask Endine El Kaibous as okay. Congratulations. And now the duty is over. We have at least the others. Your certificate are ready. They will be given immediately after this. I want therefore to hand this mic back so that the program is can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to a very brief session. Anne, are you still there? Anne, I know you ate some Sorry, I'm being guided.
Hello. Before we finish, now that we are finished, I will want to invite the Vice Chancellor to dissolve the congregation and declare the graduates. Yes. As a Deputy Vice Chancellor, I have the honor to invite the Vice Chancellor of Chuka University to dissolve the congregation.
This is not to dissolve as such, is to declare you officially the alumni of Chuka University. Can you stand up? You know, when you are alumni, you can twist yourself a little bit. From today, by the powers of the certificate you have received, you have entered the records of Chuka University graduates, and therefore we declare you alumni of Chuka University.
Hey!
And ask you to be good ambassadors of Chuka University and Kenya.
Yes.
Thank you.
Alumni, what do you want? What do you want? When do you want it? When do you want it? Ensure we get it now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I had called upon Anne. So Anne, if you are available, you can actually make those quick comments. Let's not disperse. We are yet not done. We still have one more segment. And if you are done, you can actually give us quick comments. Then I will be calling upon one of the graduates now. Graduates, not graduates, graduates, to bring the curtains down. And
Good afternoon, everyone. Mine is just to, of course, thank you for being a very cooperative team in terms of logistics. And we could not have done this without the support of our Chuka colleagues, and especially in matters logistics. Dr. Paris, I don't know where she is. She has been amazing, and we have had seamless time. So in terms of lunch, we still have our meals like arranged, but we reserve the first floor for our facilitators and other guests. Okay? Being the last day, let's just remain cooperative. Then, of course, transport back to Nairobi. The vehicles of internationals that came via buses are still waiting. Ensure your bags are labeled. The last time when we came, we had a little bit of confusion. Things were left. Kindly ensure your bags are well labeled so that when we get back to Rainbow, there is no confusion of things that will be left. Chuka is a little bit far, so getting back your bag may delay your flights and all that. Then there are some Kenyans who are coming from other counties, so they'll remain behind. They know themselves. Your bus is outside also, waiting to take you to a different hotel, that is Camp David. Then upon arrival in Nairobi, we'll still be hosted at Rainbow Hotel, and your departures are arranged as your flight departures are well arranged. You cooperate so that also you don't miss your flight. Thank you.
thank you so much, Anne. We are getting to a very important segment. You remember we went north, went south, north, east, central, all over, but we did not go south. To bring the curtains down in terms of closing ceremony, and we will not speak once she gives vote of thanks, is none other than Christine Mwone, who is from Africa Cities and Innovations Foundation, Malawi. So Christine, take the floor, bring the curtains down, dispatch us for the vote of thanks. Over to you.
Right, thank you so much, Philip. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Christine Mohone, an urban planner by profession, serving as the Malawi ambassador for the African Smart Cities Innovation Foundation. I am also serving as the Malawi country chair for the G100 under the Smart and Sustainable Wing. Ladies and gentlemen,
I am also a founder of an organization called Caring Hands Center, which is a mental health NGO. Ladies and gentlemen, additionally, I hold a student pilot license, and in my free time, I actually fly aeroplanes. It is a privilege and an honor to speak on behalf of all the students from 87 countries, which are 300 delegates that are today here in this room. First and foremost, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to the organizers of the incredible Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. Apology for that. Okay, our deepest appreciation goes to Dr. Mwitika Mwenda, who is the Executive Director of PAGJA, Professor Henley Mutembei, who is the Vice Chancellor of Chuka University, Martha Bekele, who is the Africa Lead on Delivery Quality and Impact Development Initiatives, Peter Odego, who is the National Coordinator of the Financing Locally Led Climate Action at the Kenya Treasury. Yeah, it ends there. And then there is Caro Osero Angego, who is the Global Initiatives Lead and Africa Regional Representative of HelpAge International. And he's also the co-chair of the United Nations Civil Society Conference in support of the Summit of the Future. Ladies and gentlemen, our gratitude also extends to Professor Chinedum Nwajubu from the National Universities Commission in Abuja. Okay. Dr. Ezekiel Lesmo, who is the Director of Programs at the All Africa Conference of Churches. Yeah, that's all. And then Ambassador Muhammad Ali, who is the chair of the Africa Group of Negotiators. And also, we recognize Her Excellency, Dr. Joyce Banda, who is the former president of the Republic of Malawi. And we also acknowledge Alhaji Njai, who is the senior scientist and associate professor of infectious disease, immunology, toxicology, public health, and environmental science. I would like to also recognize Charles Mwangi, who is the head of programs and research at PAGJA. And we also recognize Professor Gilbert Mbakanduru, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic Research and Student Affairs. And we would also like to recognize Professor of Environmental Studies at the Faculty of Agriculture and Environmental Studies, Chuka University. And none other than the one who introduced me, Philip Kilonzo, the head of policy, advocacy, and communications at PAGJA, for their invaluable contributions to this event. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I was just supposed to acknowledge everyone, but please, if I have not mentioned your name, don't feel offended. But still, there's one more important person that we would also like to give a special thank you. So, a special thank you goes to none other than Sylvia Wachira. Yeah, so Sylvia has coordinated this summer school with remarkable dedication and efficiency. Her efforts have ensured that our experience here has been nothing short of exceptional. Thank you, Sylvia. Okay, I would also like to compliment the media team for their excellent work in capturing and sharing essence of our journey here. For your efforts, your efforts have allowed our stories and insights to reach a broader audience, amplifying the impact of collective efforts. Additionally, a heartfelt thank you to the sign language interpreter, I didn't manage to get her name, for her tireless work in ensuring that our discussions were inclusive and accessible to all. I also extend my appreciation to the interpreters who have facilitated communication in different languages, ensuring that everyone could participate fully. Ladies and gentlemen, we particularly are grateful for the great hospitality provided by Chuka University. The friendliness and warm welcome of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Henry Mutebei, and his team have made our stay truly memorable. Right, now, representing the Southern African region, I can say that our experiences and perspectives have added a crucial dimension to the discussions, and the region, like the Southern Africa, it faces unique challenges and opportunities that are addressing climate justice. And our participation here has been invaluable, and it is going to shape a collaborative approach to these issues that we are facing as Southern Africa. Well, over the past 2 weeks, we have delved into the intricate relationship between climate justice and national, regional, continental, and global development, and not forgetting health. My key learning points have been the critical need to integrate climate justice into our national, regional, continental, and development practices to build resilient and inclusive communities. This sentiment was echoed by my fellow delegates who have shared diverse perspectives and insights, enriching our collective understanding. Our takeaway from this experience is profound. We are now equipped with knowledge and drive to embark on projects that serve climate justice. We are committed to advocating for sustainable urban development that prioritizes the well-being of our communities and addresses the disproportionate impacts of climate change on vulnerable populations. I am excited to share that I will be implementing what I have learned at the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice at the upcoming African Smart Cities Congress that will be hosted in Lilongwe, Malawi, and I'll be hosting it as the Malawi ambassador. Lastly, I would like to mention that today, Malawi is celebrating the 60th Independence Day. And this occasion, it reminds us of the importance of freedom and resilience. These values that are, the values that we have captured here at the summer schools are equally essential in our fight for climate justice as a country in Malawi. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again to the organizers, the speakers, and fellow delegates for this transformative experience. Let us go forth with renewed passion and determination to drive meaningful change in our communities and beyond. Thank you. Asante sana. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Christine, for those elaborate vote of thanks, but also a personal reflection, but also a reflection for the region. We are closing. We need to do two things. We started with a national anthem, but we also started with God. Hello? I need one volunteer to say prayers, and then we do national anthem, and we close. A volunteer, one volunteer. Somebody who is sufficiently inspired. Take the floor. Just come, both of you. Come, both of you. Yeah. No worries. Let it be done by ladies.
Hi. Okay, let's
Straight to prayers.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. Just raise your hands. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alaihim. Ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Amin.
Okay, let's believe and pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before thy presence this afternoon. We thank you for the grace that has been sufficient for the past 2 weeks. I pray, Father, as we have converged here, you have made us to network, to learn, and to peer mentoring. I pray, Father, as we depart from this place, I pray that your presence may go with us. I pray for those who are traveling in the country and out of the country. May your grace go with them. For this I pray in Jesus' name.
National anthem, Kenyan anthem, East African anthem, African Union anthem. Proceed, David.
Mungu nguvu yetu, Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. All sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa a tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together